As we start our adventure, where we last left off at, the crew of D Space 17 on board the USS Ranger, in which they hijacked, made their way with a daring, rescue of their own party members, along with a few other Kulathians, including the rightful heir to the Kulathian throne, as they made their way up through the atmosphere, made their way up in the atmosphere as they try to make their escape. Unbeknownst to them, they find themselves waking up on the bridge of the Ranger, as if they've all been knocked out and they're extremely sore all over.
All of us or the
Everyone.
Kulathians?
Everyone.
I hope the rest of the crew is okay, but I need to make sure they're not about to die. So
You're all on the floor. You look pretty banged up. There doesn't seem to be any power to the Ranger at all.
what about like none of the emergency backup power is on or anything like that?
Emergency lights are on, but there's no power to the consoles or anything.
Do I hear anything outside of the bridge, like heavy thumping, the
No.
sound of okay. Quick look over the crew. Does anyone look in imminent danger of death?
Give me insights. Medicine difficulty of 2.
Alrighty. A sheet helps. Insight medicine. I am pretty sure I do not have a focus. I, you're definitely getting one threat. And it's just gonna be one threat.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. Sorry, everyone. But this is your lives. 3 threat.
Well, you gained 2 momentum. Everyone is on the bridge. Though you don't really recognize him. But everyone that you at least do a quick scan doesn't seem like they're in need of immediate medicine or treatment. No one looks like they're really dying.
It's enough for me. A reef to mountain.
Your comm badge is static.
Okay. Ignoring Faye and the Kuathian for the moment, I'm going to try to step over to between.
Doctor, there's no. The comm badge is offline.
Sorry, Doc. Apparently, I just chirped into the void. Won't be the last time. Wasn't the first time. But I'm gonna basically try to bend down and kind of roughly shake both Garibaldi and Sarah. Um, I'll use my hands and feet if I have to. I don't really have time to be polite.
What happened?
I don't know yet. We have to find that out. Up.
And I'll gingerly get back into the seat and try to get ship status update.
The console is dark.
Do I have a I'm blanking on the word, porthole or window in my office?
No.
What's the closest one?
Probably the mess hall.
Is there anyone have a tricorder?
And Vogel will take hers and toss it over to you.
Thank you. I'm gonna see if there's atmosphere between me and the mess hall.
Reason science, difficulty 1.
Alrighty. I do not believe once again that I have a focus, so I'm feeling pretty confident about this. I'm gonna roll it straight.
Get it. To answer your question, yes, there is atmosphere between you and the mess hall. Whole deck still seems to be the whole ship, or the area around the ship, at least in the immediate surroundings beyond the bridge. It seems it's all pressurized. One Earth's atmosphere.
Then I guess quickly, are there any? Can I scan for life signs besides Dr. Mountain?
Reason science, difficulty 2.
Uh, One momentum.
You're at 1 momentum. There's a complication, but you do succeed.
I can do nothing about that.
As you scan for additional life forms, besides the individuals in the immediate room on the bridge, you do detect 2 Kulathians down below you, as well as multiple life forms above you, which you have. Tricorder does not read what they are for the complication. There's multiple life form signatures currently above or outside the ship, essentially.
Okay. I'm gonna look over and I'm gonna say, GQ, do me a favor, take a there seems to be multiple life forms above us, actually on the ship. So for some reason I have an inkling that we're not actually in space. So do me a favor, will you run to the mess hall, take a quick gander out of the window, see what's up? If you can, grab a tricorder along the way, sync it to mine so we can at least text each other, and if you could, check up on Mountain.
Okay. Can you just do a barrel roll and knock them off?
Well, more information is never a bad thing. Let's find out what we're dealing with and figure out how to get away.
Clarify, Garibaldi, there is no power to the ship. The ship only has emergency lighting currently. Like consoles are dark, everything else.
Oh, I blame my mother. I will go do what Sharif said. I will run to the mess hall and look out a window. See if I can't get life sign readings on my tricorder along the way.
I'll come back to you in a minute. This guy sort of squints and rubs his head as he starts to slowly stand up. It looks looking a bit confused.
Muttering something. I'll start heading to him, and on the way, I'll noticing Sarah's futzing with the computer. I'll say, Sarah, listen. We're not gonna head back to 17 without taking another stab at getting your sister, but today might not be the day for that. And then I'm gonna head to the Kulathian, and I'm gonna say, my name's Arif. I'm the commander of this ship. You don't seem like an empress.
Of course not. Admiral Krytos. I don't recall you. I do recall her and her sister.
Admiral, I'm gonna be honest with you. Right now, the ship is in an emergency situation. I was not on the planet, so there's no reason that you should remember me. However, we are befuddled as and flummoxed as to the cause of the emergency, so your own confusion will have to wait before I can ensure your until I can ensure your safety.
I think I know why. Oh,
Speak.
Woof.
we probably attempted, or at least one of the Kulathian vessels attempted to jump with us. We have technology to counter such development of the spatial wormhole. Probably resulted we went through it as it was collapsing, and memory loss is the temporary side effect.
Excellent. That's a great starting point, Admiral. I appreciate it. Do you know anything about, um, well, either science or engineering?
Unfortunately, I haven't dug around in an engineering bay for quite some time. I do need to find the Empress. I think I'll work my way a sick bay.
Admiral, right now you don't look critically injured and you don't know this ship and you're dealing with memory loss. So I need you to sit down there next to Sarah. This is Sarah, and be of any assistance she might require. Right now, you might be a gold mine of information to how to handle where we are and how to handle our ship. So I'm going to take care of the wounded. You are going to be at your most useful, which is right over there.
Get me presence command opposed.
Alrighty. Persuasion?
Yes.
Um, I'm going to roll it straight.
Ooh. He beat you by 1.
Oh, just out of
Yeah, that 2 hits
oh crap.
for focus.
I don't suppose I could say I forgot about my listener talent and retroactively add a T20.
Yeah, go ahead and roll an extra D20. It's not something you use all the time, so.
Oh God. You know what? I'll accept it. I yeah, I'll accept it.
Look, Commander, this may be your ship, but my duty is to the Empress. If you don't mind, I need to make sure she's safe. Right now, we're not in immediate danger. As terms for my expertise, your crew knows far better than I do about the inner workings of your vessel.
Fine, hold on a second. Does Faye have a tricorder on her?
She's still currently knocked out. No one's really checked on her.
I'm gonna dash over to her. Just I'll check her in a second, but for now I'm looking for the equipment.
I'll say there is a tricorder. Like, she's currently not in a standard, like, uniform or anything like that, but I would say you could grab a tricorder from underneath, like, the console. Like, there's probably a little storage compartment for one, just in case.
Excellent. I'm gonna grab it. I'm gonna quickly program it so it can just speak with mine. I'm gonna hand it to the admiral, and I'm gonna say, Admiral, this is how you contact me. If you run into anything unusual along the way, or if there's anything I need to know.
Right. Along with the memory loss, your communication instruments would be temporarily affected by it. Should come back up within an hour once the chronoton radiation fades.
Well, let's see what we can do. We're gonna see what we can do about jumping ahead of that timetable, but safe travels. And I'm gonna start looking at that.
Just so you know, for the complication, you have an increased difficulty with dealing with the admiral.
I'll just have GQ shoot him. Just kidding.
Yeah, Faye is on the ground, knocked out currently. She's got a nasty bump on her head.
I guess I'm gonna look for an emergency med kit and see what I can do about patching her up.
Daring medicine, difficulty 1.
Alrighty. We'll see if the complication king still exists.
Yeah, you eventually, like, besides like the bruises on her, you could definitely tell, like, her rib cage is broken. So she'll definitely need to be treated elsewhere, but she's not in any immediate danger of dying. And you manage to, wake her up.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
What happened?
We've encountered, well, a bit of bad luck, Faye, but at the moment the ship is safe. You are safe. I'm just gonna need you to rest right here, okay? And in a little bit we're gonna take you to sick bay.
Oh, all right. The last thing I remember was making that god awful jump up to the airlock.
You performed remarkably well. It was a sight to see. You should be proud of yourself, but I need you to just rest your eyes, okay?
Okay. I'll just. She kind of like positions herself so she's a little bit more comfortable sitting up and just leaning against the console.
Uh, and finally back to my chair. And how's it coming, Sarah?
How is it coming?
I mean, it's a blank console. There's no power to it.
It doesn't look I'll be able to restore any type of power.
No. At least not through a console.
So she's going to visibly hit the console, get up, and say, "I'll be in engineering."
Excellent. I'll man the bridge.
And to engineering, she'll go.
All right, I'm gonna cut over to sickbay. No sound. Doctor, you awake to someone sort of like gently, like, trying to, touch your back and move you. Doctor. Presume you're a doctor. Sir.
I look up.
You don't recognize him.
Yes. What happened? I am Dr. Mountain. I look around. Does anybody seem to be hurt?
Senator Charin. You could see, give me insight medicine difficulty 1. Insight medicine difficulty 1, doctor.
Okay. Would any focus apply? Like emergency medicine?
Yeah, I'll take that. All right. As you sort of glance around the room, he seems generally to be okay. How do you reroll that? Doctor, you didn't spend a momentum for your cautious medicine. You can't reroll the 0.
I have cautious medicine.
You didn't.
Oh no, I didn't spend anything.
You didn't spend anything. Her on the table, she is you could definitely see shrapnel her face is essentially badly, cut up. There, apparently is shrapnel and other material, on her. As you glance over to her, she doesn't seem to look or appear to be injured from what you can tell, but she is unconscious. And both women are currently have essentially the straps over across their bodies to keep them on the bio bed. Senator Jarin, do you know what happened? Last thing I remember was being pulled into a strange ship.
All right, I will make sure the one with I'll scan the one that's on my table.
I pull out your tricorder. There appears to be the sick bay is running on has emergency lights up. There does not seem to be any power to the bio beds or to any of the consoles. But to scan her, that will be reason medicine difficulty of 2.
I'll take a momentum. Does the focus apply emergency medicine or imaging systems?
I'll take emergency medicine and increase complication.
Okay. Reroll.
Gain 2. She has essentially multiple. It would appear that she's been struck twice by a high energy beam weapon, similar to a phaser, like a Starfleet phaser. She, it's almost if something exploded directly next to her. There are multiple cuts, small metal fragments. She's covered in small metal fragments. Her uniform is, got multiple burns on her. She is currently, if she doesn't get immediate surgery, to also help with the neurological side effects that's going on with her, she will potentially die soon. But yeah, mainly her nervous system is overloaded from the being shot repeatedly by high energy blasts.
All right. Senator, what do you have for medical knowledge?
To be honest, doctor, that is not my forte. The best I could do is maybe hand you stuff.
All right, I'll attend to her right away.
All right. This is an extended task. This is going to be a control plus medicine, difficulty 3, work 17, magnitude 4, with a base resistance of 1. However, there is no power to the ship currently, so you're doing this essentially in the dark, which is going to increase the resistance to 3 currently.
Understood. I'll take a momentum for the first roll. And let's see. Surgery is a focus.
Yes.
And yeah.
You succeed, roll 7 challenge dice. Currently, that's 1 work.
I think I'll spend the momentum for a reroll.
3 roll 4 dice. 4 challenge dice.
You guys can hear me fast, right?
Currently, you're doing a total of 3 work, which is not enough for a breakthrough. Given the state of power currently to, you know,
Anything else?
and it's
Nope.
just you,
I'll
because
just have to try again. I'm going to use determination. Let's see. Is driven to use censoring fine? I was going to see if I can do a callback. Like a callback to the surgery of the Bajoran boy, saving their life with a technical surgery.
I mean, this kind of this one particular surgery is a little bit different. You have it. Sorry, I'm trying to. Where do you have it marked down at, like your saved milestones?
Life-saving surgeries are all the same. Just kidding. But I could use different days.
Kiku was not in danger of dying when you did the surgery.
It's in the logs, D17 logs. Okay. Well, if I messed up, he would have been in life situation, but that's
Yeah.
fine. I'll just use driven to ease suffering.
I would take doesn't believe in a no
Spend
win
a threat.
situation
Yeah,
because
next to die.
gain 1, there is a complication. Sorry. You gave me 2 threat for an extra die, and you spent your determination, so that's 6. So 3 momentum gained. There's a complication, though.
I guess use the momentum.
So you're going to squash it with momentum.
Okay.
Roll 7 challenge dice, please. That's 3 work.
And then I'll spend the momentum to use piercing to get at least 5.
Okay, that will give you 5 work total. That is enough for a breakthrough. And that will reduce the difficulty by 1 as you're pulling out shrapnel. I'm going to stop as you go on this for just a minute. Because I'm going to cut to someone else. All right. As we shoot over to Garibaldi, you are currently in as you open doors to magnetically sealed areas, like release the mag lock on the doors. So I realize I have to clear out tokens from the previous session. You open the door to the mess hall, and as you open the door, the area is filled with sort of a bright light, and you see blue skies and lots of birds flying overhead.
Overhead, as in there's a hole in the hull.
Through the window, like birds passing by, through the window.
Okay, I'm looking out the window. Are we basically over the spot we just jumped onto the ship from? I mean, are we kind of still in the same place?
Obviously, first glance, you are not in the same place. You see a jungle world with some mountains off in the distance and some you think looks like smoke.
Any evident technology, civilization, or are we just wilderness?
You see nothing but jungle. And as you're sort of looking, you could also feel the ship shake rather violently. Fitness plus con difficulty 0. Gain a momentum.
Okay, I will try to take a general scan of the area up to the limit of my tricorder's range.
Reason plus science difficulty 1. From what you can see, the tricorder reads dense jungle. Appears as though there's part of the area is barren and been disturbed recently. Lots of various animals in terms of birds, insects, and reptiles for the most part.
Huh.
Most of the animals have moved away from the ship.
Are we on the ground or in the air?
You're on the ground. Like you just barely see the top of tree lines.
All right, you said it felt the
ground shaking.
ground shake.
Yeah.
Can I scan for tectonic activity? Or a large dinosaur type.
You're scanning for tectonic activity.
Yeah, because you already told me the
Yeah.
animals were moving away.
Reason plus science difficulty 2.
All right, I'll give you a threat for a third die.
Complication range 2.
I don't have any focuses. Really? I guess I don't. I guess I don't detect anything.
Your tricorder is having some trouble getting the readings. It there could be something there. There may not be. You're not sure. Meanwhile, we're gonna head back over to the bridge. That is the wrong bridge. Volga went down to engineering. Arif, as it's in the captain's chair, the chair starts essentially. You can feel the ship start shaking as you're jostled around in your chair, and you can see Faye kind of holding onto the console.
Does it feel like we're being jostled, or does it feel like we're sinking?
It feels like you're being jostled.
The first thing we're gonna do, Arif's gonna mutter to himself when we get back to the station, is we're gonna install a moonroof on the Ranger. Next, Faye, how you holding up?
I think a rib displaced a little bit more, but I'll be okay.
Well, have I reached the limit of what I can do to treat her up here?
Yes. Unless you can try and find a emergency medical kit somewhere on the bridge.
Yes, I would love to try that. I seem to have a little bit of spare time at the moment while I'm waiting for reports. Starfleet is pretty trendy. They're pretty well stocked. I'll grab emergency kit 2A and kind of walk over to her and say, "All right, Faye, sorry,
I
I'm
was gonna
not."
make you roll for it. Sorry.
Oh, okay, my fault.
Yeah. Insight plus medicine. Difficulty 1. Or con. I would take con maybe.
Oh no, I'll go with medicine for sure. But would team dynamics, knowing where they would place it, be a focus?
Add increased complication.
No, I'm good.
You go over where you thought the med kit would be stored at, and all you see is an engineering kit.
Oh, that's certainly going to need to be addressed. How's the pain, Faye?
As long as the ship doesn't shake again, I'll be good.
Okay, just hold out a little while longer. Why don't, instead of leaning up on the console, here, let me help you. Let's put you on your back, and that should stabilize you a little bit more if the ship gets jostled again. And uh, actually, while I'm gonna attempt to help her onto her back, and in doing so, I'm actually gonna try to slide her. I'm gonna use my token, but to about here, so I could potentially strap her to the railing, to keep her from moving too much if the ship shakes up again. All right. This might be a little bit weird, Faye, but I'm gonna I'm gonna find something to tie you down to this railing. Uh, don't get any wrong ideas. It's simply to cover your movement. Obviously, you're not in any trouble.
Why wouldn't you just find something to wrap my ribs? Help keep them in place.
Do you know how to do that?
Vaguely, I've never done it before.
Well, in which case, I'm gonna find something, and you're just gonna have to walk me through it. Um, and looking around the bridge, is there anything I can use before I have to start discarding articles of clothing?
I mean, really, it's just, you know, cloth. I mean, you have a medicine score too. You should know how to at least wrap. Do bandaging for to stabilize someone's like rib cage.
Yes, I know, but it keeps her occupied and distracted.
Insight medicine diff 1 to find some like a jacket or something like that that got left on the bridge to use. Hey, gain a momentum. There is a uniform jacket that you could easily sort of pull sections off of it and do a makeshift bandage wrap.
Excellent. I will yank it, grab it, and then head back over to Faye and say, "All right, I'm gonna start now. Should I start from the top or the bottom?"
Just wrap just wrap the ribs, please.
I will wrap the ribs.
Daring medicine diff 1. And with the torn uniform jacket, you manage to get it tight enough and stabilize her rib cage.
Excellent. Let's still keep you on your back anyways, but That should do a little bit for now. And I'll wait on the bridge for another 5 minutes for someone to report in, and if they don't, I'll start heading towards the mess hall.
I'm gonna hop over to engineering. Vogel, you managed to, jar the door open, and you walk inside engineering. You see the warp core offline, and currently no power in main engineering. It's almost like the ship is become a derelict.
So none of the panels are working. It's just
Yeah.
dark in here. Emergency lighting.
Yep, it's pretty much that way all the way down to main engineering.
Do we have to crawl through Jeffrey's tubes?
No, you could use the hallway, the corridors. You just have to use the manual release, and then.
I was
pry it
talking
open.
turbo lift stuff, but
It's a small ship, but yeah, you would have to use Jeffrey's tubes to get down the.
all right. Then I'm going to remember I gave my tricorder to the commander. Find a tricorder and try to figure out what's going on here.
You managed to find a tricorder, near one of the consoles. Reason plus engineering difficulty of 2.
Then I hope I still have a 3 in engineering. I do. I do not have any good focuses for engineering, so we'll give you a threat and the 2 momentum, I think. Ooh, did I need all of that?
Yeah, as you sort of scan the warp core is currently offline. Appears that there was a major power surge. From what you can tell, several EPS conduits, at least here in main engineering, have ruptured and would need to be replaced. And along with the cloaking device, which appears to be essentially fried.
So I guess the goal would be to try to get main power back online, whatever we have to do to do that.
Currently, you'll have to actually replace the EPS conduits, and then eventually restart the fusion reactors, and then get main power back online before you can start the warp core.
Yeah, that's what we'll have to do.
To start with the EPS conduits, it's going to be a extended task. Control plus engineering, difficulty of 3, work 16, magnitude 3 with the resistance of 0. Really, it's just pulling the thing down, putting a new one in from the spares that you have.
I'm guessing the diff is because I'm trying to do this quickly.
Yes.
Guess
Also,
3 threat.
give me fitness con, difficulty 0, as main engineering starts to shake. Gain the momentum.
Well, I'm just going to use it and then give you 2 threat. What's the roll? What in engineering?
Control engineering. I'm spinning that 2 threat back at you to increase the complication range by 1. So comp 2. You got it. Yeah, 5 challenge dice. That is 4 work.
Yeah, this is going to be a long day, guys. 3 threat. And I still get a complication.
Gain a momentum off that. There's
Use
a
it's got a stick. There's nothing I can do about it.
right. I'm just going to increase the resistance by 1.
Yeah,
Or
it's
sorry.
fine.
No, 2 would be actual 2. So resistance 2 for the next roll. 2, 6, 7 work, right? That will give you a breakthrough. Let's use
I did use the momentum.
You got one back.
No, I had to spend it.
The
to
one you
reroll.
got. The one you got.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just doing it. I'm not calling it out because it'll be quicker with how long this roll's going to take.
Okay. I'm going to stop you there for a moment as I go back to sickbay. Doctor, as you are working on your patient, who you really don't know, you know she's in trouble.
My next patient.
Give me fitness con difficulty 0 as sick bay starts to shake and nearly throws you to the ground. Also, that guy needs to be. Well, he stands his ground. Gain 3 momentum.
3 moment.
Yeah, he's considered an ally for the time being.
Oh, okay. Okay. I hold my position. Can you find out what's going on with this ship?
As you say that, the sickbay doors opens and an elderly gentleman wearing a similar uniform to that guy walks in and sort of just ignores what you're doing and walks over to her.
I'm pretty focused.
To be honest, Doctor, I don't know my way around this vessel.
Oh, I'll at least look out the door and find out where that guy came from. Maybe he knows something.
The whole ship just shook. Presumably the doctor. He goes, Senator, maybe you might be assistance on the bridge with the Commander Arif. Just go out the door and straight on down. That looks at you, Doctor. Yeah. Of course, Admiral, I'll see what I can do to help.
Thank you. And I'll nod to that other guy and keep going, focusing on my surgery. And I did not get my veteran robe.
Right. So it is still going to be control medicine difficulty 3.
I did get a breakthrough last time.
I know, but there's certain other things at play.
Sure.
I'm currently using the setbacks mechanic, and unfortunately, I got a breakthrough on the last one. So there's currently a bit of setback as the bleeding has intensified, making your job
All right.
more difficult.
I'll take 1 momentum and 2 threat for 2 dice.
Increasing the complication range by 1, so complication range 2.
Okay. So my focus.
Succeed. Your medicine's 5, right? Because you rolled fitness con.
Oh shit! Yeah. Sorry,
What?
it's 15. So 4 successes.
16.
No,
That's
15. But still, the 14 counts.
right, but you have an 11 for control.
Oh, why didn't you change the roll? Control medicine. Yeah, so 16. Sorry, yeah. So it's still 14 works. So 4 successes.
Yes. So gain a momentum.
Hopefully I'll get a better roll this time. There we go.
Wow.
Oh.
Sorry, my UI messed up on me. I had to reload. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 5 work.
Is it still resistance 3?
Yes, because there's no power.
Oh, okay, sure.
So as long as you're doing the task, there is a increased difficulty.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Or sorry, increased resistance. And then I got to roll something real quick.
And he'll use the back of his arm to turn on the his communicator and say, Dr. Mountain, we need power down in the med bay, please. Thank you.
As you attempt it, you get static.
I know that. The doctor doesn't know that.
I know, but I'm still going through the motions, Doctor.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, as you plug an artery, pulling out stuff, unfortunately, you lose 4 work as another setback takes place.
You're rolling too good, Pranks.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't roll that good on the setback transporters, so of course they didn't do a lot of transporter rolls last time.
Well, that's good.
As long as you get all your breakthroughs before I get mine, it's good. You're good.
We're on track for our complex surgery. All right, roll again. Control and medicine. Click, click, click.
Difficulty 2.
I am going to spend a momentum.
No.
And just, would this be beneficial? Yes, I'm going to, once per mission, I can use my star-cross medal to double my range.
Focus range?
My
Okay.
focus. And my focus applies because of surgery. And so I have a 10 range for critical success. Let's see if we can get some momentum. So I have 3 dice. Is my complication range still up or not?
No, that was because of the previous roll.
Okay.
But I will spend 2 threat and increase
Reminder.
keep the complication range 2. I'm at 17 threats, so sorry.
I gave him the threat, and I guess it's fair.
I got a player in my Tuesday night game that'll do that all the time. You ask, "Are you raising my complication range?" And I wasn't, but since you mentioned it,
Sure. Reroll medicine.
Okay.
Cautious. Yeah.
Gain 1. 7
I
challenge
didn't
dice.
I didn't hit anything under 10. But that's fine. Reroll 3.
Currently 1 work, so you're spending the momentum to reroll 3 dice.
Wait. I mean, even 3. Yeah, I do could read that.
You need 4 more work in order to get a breakthrough. Currently you're doing 4 work,
And I will use piercing with the momentum.
so for 6.
You're on the track. Hope you were like crap. I mean, good luck.
It is a breakthrough.
Yep.
It's only 3. Nothing yet.
All right, good. So I should be able to finish this then. I have magnitude 3 done, right? So yeah, the next.
I mean, if you spent the 2 momentum during the roll, you could technically finish it and get the extra breakthrough.
I'm gonna leave the momentum for my teammates and try.
Okay. Because this is technically taking you a long time to do, I'm going to cut over to Garibaldi.
Okay, we'll finish that.
Sorry, I'm just doing this round robin, so.
Cheerio.
All right. Currently, you're in the mess hall. The ground shook. You took some scans. What else are you doing?
I'm gonna use the tricorder to contact the reef. Does that even work?
No, it's not really a thing.
Well, I think the other thing he told me to do was check on Dr. Mountain, so I will go to the sick bay. I will go to sick bay.
Okay. You make your way to sick bay. Where you find the door already ajar. As you walk inside, you see the Kulathian admiral standing next to the princess. He appears to be looking over, sort of making sure she's okay, from what you can tell. And you see the doctor frantically working on a patient on a biobed with a makeshift, head flashlight thing, and using whatever tools he has at his disposal.
I have my like a flashlight on my tricorder on my forehead or something.
That looks bad. Can I either spend 2 momentum or roll to create an advantage if there is a portable generator in here or nearby? One sufficient enough to power the surgery suite there.
I will say no, but you do have your phaser on you.
Is the phaser generate enough power to
Should for a
charge
little
the-
bit. Remember,
10
it's a phaser. It's not powering portable electronics, but it is powering
When you press the button.
a high energy discharge beam. That's what it does. So you can use it as a makeshift power source for a short time. Just won't have a phaser.
Well, I'm better than hand-to-hand combat anyway. It's always fine to the phaser. I will attempt to wire my phaser's power supply into the surgery bed.
Oh, thank you, Lieutenant. Yes, there's a port over on the far side there. Yeah.
Daring plus engineering difficulty 2, complication range 2.
I mean, you can't make it any worse than not working. I'd cross my fingers, but
Hearing that, Garibaldi says, "Listen, you're not instilling with confidence here, Doc.
Thank you for your help.
I will give you 3 threat for 2 extra die since this seems important." What was the difficulty? 2?
Yep, but there's a complication.
I'm gonna blow the 2 momentum, which is why I kept held on to it. I'm gonna blow the 2 momentum to squash the complication.
No, it's the wrong way, the other way.
All right, Doctor. The biobed comes to life.
Ooh, thank you. Awesome.
However, Garibaldi, you notice that the power indicate that it may only last maybe 10 minutes at best.
You need a hand there, Doc?
Finishing up now. I appreciate your efforts. It'll make it a lot easier to tidy this up.
I'm confused. Is that a yes or a no, Doc?
No, check on the woman on the other bed, please, and see how she's doing. We have to sedate her because we have to do some more surgery on her, which is not life-threatening at the moment.
And then Garibaldi will go over here and check on
the Empress.
the Empress.
Reason, medicine, difficulty 1.
I'm gonna just try this. There we go.
Nice.
Gain of momentum. From what you could tell, she appears that she was stunned. She's essentially unconscious. Apparently, whoever shot her didn't take shots off like they did the others. It seemed like they were wanting to capture. You could tell that they were trying to either just capture her. Her hands are a little bit bloody because it seems like she got into like a fist fight altercation. But other than that, she's fine.
I will just clean and bandage the lacerations, and Garibaldi will call back to the doctor. She's gonna be fine, Doc. She's just stunned. She'll come around after a while.
Thank you, Quinix.
All right. Over to Vogel.
All right, what is it? There's 2 now.
It is Div 2. Yeah.
I'll use the momentum.
Threat.
No, just the momentum. I'm going to try to get this with 3. It's got to stand.
You succeed. It is resistance 2 right now. So if you don't
Won't matter.
Yeah.
You can make it 4, it won't matter.
Yeah. Roll 5. Currently it's 1 work.
Yep. Take the threat.
I'm gonna keep the resistance at 2 with that complication.
Won't matter. Take another threat. Oh, wait. Hold on. I got a necklace. I think I can reroll 1.
Yeah, you can reroll with the Creed necklace.
Nope. Won't matter. Now I'll take the threat.
Um,
I'm going to do this until I get it. So if you're going to stop me, you got to be quick because I'm trying to do this quickly.
I'm stopping you right there. You are working on it. It's just taking you a lot longer to get to the EPS guys. Some of them are so badly fried during the overload that it hindered some of the circuitry. And back over to the bridge with Commander Reef with Faye. What are you doing?
Probably heading to the mess hall or at the mess hall by now.
Okay. You're at the mess hall. You leaving Faye there?
Yeah. Probably would have told her to just rest her eyes. Seeing the planet out of the window. That's interesting. Reef will mutter aloud. Peering out and, well, not seeing any Kulathians in the vicinity. No. Start heading to engineering to see what I can do there.
Okay. So you head to main engineering.
I do.
This is going to be a new scene. I need everyone. It's probably been a few hours at this point. Doctor, obviously you've been working frantically. Garibaldi just, got you the biobed, up to where it'd make your job a little bit easier. As Garibaldi goes to assist you, need both of you to make a fitness con difficulty of 1. As the ship starts to shake again. A bit more violently this time.
Fitness con. Eek. Eek. Double eek.
Doctor, you also gain 3, you gain 2 because of the Admiral. Doctor, as you're working on her and you caught off guard, you are thrown to the ground. Take 3 strikes.
Wow.
As you fall and hit the console back to you, or behind you, and
Ow.
your
He
next
exclaims.
your next task will increase in difficulty by 1.
Okay. I will take momentum. And
How much momentum?
difficulty 2 now.
Yeah, it is difficulty 2.
Control medicine. I'll take 2 threat for the third extra.
So 1 momentum and 2 threat.
Leave 1 momentum. Reroll with cautious.
Reroll my complication.
Yeah.
Okay. Gain 1 back. 7 challenge dice. Currently it's resistance 1, so that's 4 work.
How much work do I need?
Well, you only needed 2 to complete it. So technically, you got the breakthrough that you needed. As you patch her up, you throw a neural. I can't think of the actual device name, but one that goes on the forehead to help stabilize her neural pathways.
Right.
And she's in stable condition. You managed to succeed before I get to roll my challenge dice. Just so you know, I was at 15 out of 17 on the setback track.
I understand.
And if I rolled, she would have had heart failure and died from it.
Okay.
Your boy would have had to shoot you at that point, I think.
But no. Congratulations, Doctor. She will make a full recovery in time.
Excellent. Garibaldi, why is their ship shaking so much?
I don't know. The ground's unstable.
And
I'm an intelligence officer, not a geologist, man.
well, you gotta know information. Are we in space? Is this asteroids hitting us or something?
No, we're on the ground, but tell you what, I will get a sensor sweep. Oh, wait a minute. There's no power.
Garibaldi, will you keep an eye on my patients while I go to engineering and see if I can help down there?
I think, well, actually, I don't know that she went there.
Lieutenant, please.
Real quick.
I don't think I'm a lieutenant anymore, but I'll look after him.
Hey, hold up, real quick. Before you exit out the door, Doctor, Garibaldi, I need you to make an insight security difficulty 2 check.
Insight security, I will give you a threat. Do any of my foci, I'm guessing no, but I'm going to ask anyway. Do any of my foci matter here?
Yes.
What? Gonna reroll the complication.
Okay.
Gain a momentum. Just as the doctor is about leaving and your eye catches going past the door, something familiar as you see the shadows move.
Hold on, Doctor. Step back away from the door. Can I step forward to see what it was?
Go back towards my patient. What
Okay.
is it?
Just as you about ready to step out the door, you see someone in close range. Keep in mind you can do the dodge thing, but you do have some cover dice. Someone takes a shot at you.
Son of a.
I have threat. I'm going to spend one threat. Because why not? Unfortunately, they weren't expecting you, but that is currently a hit, though with a complication. Do you wish to dodge or take the hit?
My dodge mechanic is dang near impossible to win.
You just gotta get above 2, and you have to beat the roll. So you have to make a difficulty 4.
Darn near impossible. That mechanic is almost useless. I guess I'll just take it.
All right. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Roll 2 challenge dice. Because you uncovered. You take 6 stress. That is enough for an injury.
2, 3, 4, 6. I will spend the 2
Avoid
moment to avoid the injury.
All right. In the hallway, as you glance and get shot, you see. If I could. Oh, one of those guys in the hallway. Corridor.
Does momentum initiative go to me?
Go.
Yes, it goes to you.
Well, with little choice, since I used my phaser to help the doctor, I'm just going to charge and tackle that guy.
Okay. Opposed daring security.
A quick question. Do I know if the cell is ruined to be used in a phaser, or can I remove it from this console and put it back
It's
in
ruined.
the phaser?
It's ruined.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair.
You had to, disassemble pieces of it.
I'm going to give you. I really can't afford to lose this, so I'm going to use my join talent to pick up the wrestling, hand-to-hand martial arts kind of focus, and give you a threat so I can activate bold.
Okay. I'm gonna spend that back and roll 3.
I'll reroll my 0. So 2, 3, 4, 2 momentum gained.
Yes. 2 momentum gained. Roll damage.
Disarm, disarm, disarm.
Unfortunately, you can't disarm these guys.
De-arm.
Ooh,
That's not enough currently. It's...
I'm going to spend a momentum to reroll 3.
Oh,
How about that?
Nice.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11.
Ugh. 4.
Minus whatever he's got for resistance.
2.
So that's still 9.
Would double the 5 matter?
Huh?
for getting 5 damage, that's going to cause an injury, but getting 10,
Yeah.
would that mean something?
No, I only did 9 because he had resistance.
I know, but what I mean, if you did do 10, would it make a difference? And if
I
no,
don't
then
think
it doesn't
so.
matter.
I'm
Okay.
spending 2 threat to keep him up. However,
He should be knocked down, right?
he is knocked down. Because technically I have all of this threat.
You're
spend-
welcome.
Spending 1 extra 1 to keep him standing.
Oh, okay.
As you're tackling him, technically, you hear something charge behind you, and you hear the sound of essentially, it's like, through a mask, a female voice saying, "Surrender." Roll me opposed if you are choosing to.
Okay. Before that, before I ended my turn, can no,
Would I
no,
keep,
I would have. I was going to before you
Oh,
moved
sorry.
on to somewhere else.
Yeah.
I was gonna spend 2 to split task.
Okay, go ahead and do that.
Since I have quick dash and this is the first turn,
No,
does that
that
mean
first it's not for a swift test. That's just to let someone
Damn it.
else go first. So
I always get that confused. I'm still spending 2 to swift task. That increases. That basically gives them a free one, right? Because it basically increases my difficulty by 1.
Yes.
All right. I'm sure you're gonna spend it back at me, but I'm gonna give you a 3 threat.
Okay.
Reroll 1.
Gain a momentum, single momentum.
Better than none.
Roll damage.
Damage.
Roll it. It's 4.
I'll spend the momentum. You said they had 2 resistance, so I'm gonna spend a momentum for piercing.
Okay. He's knocked out.
And I'm going to yell back to the dock. Evacuate, we got company.
can't move them. I have to keep her.
Okay.
Hold them off.
I am spending 2 threat. As he falls down to the ground. This is where you hear, as you yell that to the doctor, you hear the sound of a charge of sounds like a charge of a phaser, and someone say, "Stand down, surrender." Surrender. You have no chance of winning this fight.
Was that their turn?
My question is Garibaldi going to stand down, or are you wanting to oppose this?
I'm going to oppose it.
Can I get a hypo spray for my turn? Are they still on their turn?
They're still on their turn. I'm spending 2 threat to essentially make them go.
Okay.
Okay. Control command versus presence command. So they are rolling presence command. You're rolling control command.
Okay. Psychiatry or persuasion is a focus?
No.
It was a stretch. Dang. I'll give you a threat for a 3rd die.
Spending that plus 1, I'm going to activate their determination. I do what I must for my team. And then I'll spend 2 more threat for them to roll 3 dice. That's 4.
Bollocks.
You have a reroll?
It's
Yeah.
not really over yet.
I was command.
Oh, yeah.
Because
Good.
I'm tempting to demoralize him. That's 5. Technically, it's 5 stress to you, but it doesn't count in terms for like injury or anything like that.
So,
5 Rest, basically, yeah.
Yeah, but you are demoralized. You realize that you may be vastly outnumbered, and given the situation, it's probably not wise to resist.
Social conflict, of course, the same. Let's see, I've already spent. I don't have any momentum. I'll spend my determination to stay up, as it were.
I don't think. This mechanic's weird. I need to double check something.
I disagree with any mechanic that forces the players to do something. That's why I don't really like that mechanic, because you used it a couple times. It's it's forcing Garibaldi to act the way that he probably normally wouldn't. That was going to be my critique at the end of the game, but since you said something,
Yeah.
I mean, if it works similar to physical combat, then
it'd be essentially physical combat, except it's not really physical. There's no injuries. I would say 2 momentum or 2 threat. You could spend your determination to essentially avoid the issue, but what value?
I have to spend threat to spend my determination.
No. You can give me 2 threat, or spend 2 momentum, or spend your determination. If you spend your determination, and you know what value you're spending on, because it would be a value spend.
You could just do a 2 threat and not use your determination yet. Well, you did say it.
Actually, no. You don't need the value for.
No, it's
The
we
first
work just
aid.
like combat. Because they usually say you don't have to spend a value on the determination. But if you're going to take
Right.
threat for it, I'm going to give it to you.
All right, keep track of the 5, just so you know. 'Cause it
I
does
got
kinda- yeah. It's currently the doctor's go.
I'm going to grab a hyper spray and hide around the door.
So
I turn off my overhead light.
okay, there's multiple minor actions here. I'm gonna boil this down to a task. Control security, difficulty 2, to do all
Yeah.
that.
I saw it in a movie once.
Right, but doctor, it's multiple minor actions. One,
Oh no, I'm not saying anything about it. It's just I haven't really done this stuff as a doctor, so I thought you would say
Right.
he's in a movie.
Oh,
I will spend a threat. I don't have any applicable foci. Oof.
There's a complication.
It has to be what it is. Unless I have a reroll something.
You go to turn off your the headlight, so your the lamp at your head used for the surgery. In doing so, you knock over, sort of like in your hustle while you're doing all this, you knock over a tray of like your medical equipment that goes all over the floor, making
Oh,
someone aware that someone else is in here.
Yep, I did that. Because I remember that also happens in movies. Dang it. I stand back a little bit and wait for them to enter.
Okay. We're going over to engineering. Vogel. A reef walks into the room as you're attempting to do repairs.
and you'll just hear a lot of cursing and cussing. Come on, you stupid! Ah! Did Arif go AFK?
I might have sidetracked him. Oh, not a reef.
I apologize. I had to step away for a moment.
It's fine. You walk into main engineering. As you do so, give me fitness con difficulty 1 as the main engineering starts to shake. Fitness con, Vogel.
Oh, for me too.
Yeah. Just backtracking a little bit in time. Yeah, you definitely feel that was a lot worse than the last one. As you managed to kind of stay on your feet.
Where do you need me, Sarah? As soon as we get power, I want to get these shields up if we can. If we have some sort of unidentified life forms on top of the ship, and well, we're on a planet.
Help me take out that power relay. We got to replace them before I can get main power back online.
Understood. And I will move to assist.
And yeah, we gain momentum from that. Yay, nay.
No momentum gain.
Oh, it's diff one.
Yeah, it was diff 1. It's
Take a
getting
threat.
like I said, the shake's getting the ship shaking is getting a little bit worse.
It's control engineering, right?
Yes, control engineering diff 2.
Yeah, take a threat.
You make it.
That's better.
You had a complication last time. I think it was going to keep the resistance at 2. So that's 3 work, but that's enough to get a breakthrough. But she had 17.
Huzzah.
Whittled it down the hard way.
Yeah, I guess keep going because I got nothing to try to re-roll, so or it wouldn't matter. I'd have to give piercing, which I don't really have a way unless you take threat.
Not in this case, considering what my threat counts at.
Yeah. Do I? With the assist, I'm gonna try to roll this straight up and hope. So we'll go again.
Gain a single momentum. Roll 5 challenge dice.
Still should be a breakthrough because
That is a breakthrough. As you and Arif put in the last of the EPS conduit, and restart the ignition on the fusion reactors, the ship hums back to life, but the warp card does remain dark as the console lights and everything flicker on. In doing so, you all of a sudden you hear the sound of a security or ship goes instantly into red alert as it
Does the Defiant does Starfleet still have a way to polarize their hulls?
No. You have a bladed armor.
Is there any way to send an electrical charge?
You could send
Who
an
is
electrical
that?
charge to the outer hull, yes, but
All right.
polarizing a hull is like shields. So
Okay,
to
that's better.
speak.
I don't want to do it yet, but I want to. I remember those readings, and I want to start programming something that would allow for that at a buttons press.
But yeah, as the security alarm is going off, you hear the doors open up as two individuals. You do recognize them, Vogel. You fought them earlier, and they're essentially pointing their arms at you.
Kulathians?
They're wearing Kulathian power suits. And they stand there and look at the two of you and go, surrender. This one speaks up.
Computer initiate self-destruct?
Warp core is offline.
Computer erect a level 10 force field around the main engineering, warp core, and systems display.
Okay, who's going first? Because one at a time, because we are now. I feel like we're getting into combat here. So.
Well, if he's doing that, he should go first.
Okay.
I was just gonna I'm not. Is it warp core that initiates a self-destruct?
I mean, the warp core blows up in the self-destruct, so
Yeah. I believe it's the warp core that initiates the self-destruct.
But is it need to be powered?
Warp core is not powered currently. It's offline.
I know, but does it need to be?
Yeah, because it's the self-destruct is the warp core overloading.
Yeah. I think it would need to be on the self-destruct. But
Is it overloading, or is it causing the matter and antimatter to interact?
The
thus
warp
causing
core?
it to blow
No.
up?
So right now you're running on the fusion.
No, I get all that. I'm just asking, what is actually the self-destruct? Is it the warp core overloading, or us just taking away the barrier between the matter and antimatter?
It's not really explaining track. That's the problem.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
if it helps us get around this, I do have to be honest. I probably would override that on my next turn.
I was thinking,
Anyway,
Federation protocol. Yeah,
to arm the
go first.
self-destruct, though, you still have to have two, ranking officers to arm the self-destruct. So
Yeah.
So one person can't just blow up the ship.
So I would probably just be like self-destruct, and then he would be like force field.
Yes, let's try that one first.
Okay, what are you doing, Arif? We're in
I'm
combat.
gonna try to erect a level 10 force field between me and Sarah and the warp core and the Kulathians.
Force field usually goes around the warp core, but you're expanding it. So let's go control engineering difficulty 2.
Um. All right. I'm gonna use that momentum and give you 2 threats.
Does the roll stand?
Yep.
Okay. The force field Rex, sort of a line like this. But in doing so, like you could see through the force field, but it seems like it's having trouble being stable. But it does give you some protection.
Fair enough. Hey, better than nothing.
They kind of look at each other and yes, you used to have a security chief. The one lowers their weapon and reveals their, takes off their helmet and looks at you like, please surrender. Don't make this difficult for us.
I don't see her, right? I just hear her. Well, it's not my turn.
No, you see her, but we're I'll let Vogel go to see what she does, and then the other Kulathian's gonna go, and then we'll just stay in turn order. But this is all happening kind of simultaneously.
This is in a bit of a standoff. If I think the force field is going to hold, I think I try to get warp back online.
Yeah, that's going to take you a bit. That's going to be another extended task.
Because I could always stop doing that and pull out phaser if need be.
You currently have 2 X's open for you too, by the way. I mean, you have that door and this door over here. But
I couldn't.
It should be shielded.
I didn't. Yeah, shouldn't it be a circle?
The force fields are active around the doors, but
yeah, we wouldn't be able to get out even if we wanted to.
Yeah. I mean,
without lowering the force field.
You could modify the door to get out, like that force field.
That sounds like a task.
Yeah, it would be. But
yeah, I think if we're being I don't even know where we're at. Are we in space on a planet? Like Vogel doesn't know these answers.
I had told you we crashed on them, or we were on a planet. At least I think I knew.
I think first thing I should. What's that?
If you don't recall as the player, that you know whether you're in space or crash land, I don't think you would know. Or no,
Vogel woke up on the ground and saw that the console wasn't working with engineering. Vogel doesn't know anything.
I'm pretty sure because I mentioned the people, the unknown life forms up above.
I don't think Vogel was in the thing for that.
Nope.
It was when I came into engineering.
I don't think you.
Yeah, maybe I didn't hear that.
What are you doing, Vogel?
Okay, let's get that.
There's a force field around. You're kind of trapped next to the warp core. Getting online will probably take a test. You're not sure if that force field will hold it. And the one Kulathian woman took off her helmet and spoke, saying, "Please surrender."
Yeah, no, I got that. I think I am going to just get the ship's system status. I think that's what she's going to do. Either she's going to get shot in the back or she's going to get the ship going.
Reason engineering difficulty 1.
Take a threat.
Gain 2.
Good,
currently,
I think we're going to need it.
Yeah, obviously, the warp core is offline. There is structural damage to the underside of the hull of the ship. Vast amounts. There's parts that is currently exposed, but you're not reading an atmospheric drain. And the ship's sensors are currently inoperable.
Inoperable needing to be repaired, or inoperable just need to be bypassed?
Needs to be repaired.
Okay.
All the circuitry that the overload caused a lot of damage to the. I'll put it this way: the overload caused a massive damage, to the sensor relays. So, you're gonna have to fix it.
I guess second question is what works.
Life support to a degree. Internal force fields. Maneuvering thrusters. You could go to impulse without the warp core using just the fusion reactors, but obviously you can't go to warp.
But impulse is an option. That's
Impulse
key.
is an option. However, you are venting atmosphere. Well, I would say you're not venting atmosphere, but the ship is exposed and is clearly under the underbelly of the ship.
So I'm assuming hull breaches.
Yes. Transporters will not function because the sensors are down.
Yeah. And I can't even get a gain where the ship is because there are no sensors.
Right. But you can clarify because even though you see the structure damage that is exposed, that likely you're on a planet and still an atmosphere that's breathable. I will give that to you. Otherwise, you'd be in, the sensors would indicate like a toxic atmosphere, or a vast majority of the ship is exposed to vacuum.
We're in bad shape, Commander.
Oh, that's fair. What are the status on the shuttles? Probably can't get that without sensors.
The landing hatch is on the underbelly, and
Couldn't get them out.
Yeah.
Well, hmm. How long will it take you to get sensors online?
Can I get an estimate of the damage and where, more importantly, where I would have to go?
Some of the Jeffries tubes on the essentially forward section of the ship.
I'd have to get to section 4, Commander, but our guest might make that difficult.
That's fair. Well, to the best of my knowledge, there's a number of our guests on the ship as well as inside. Why don't you see if you can rig up some sort of defensive measure for that?
Okay, we're in combat. This is longer than your short time span for talking, so it goes to them. I'm just saying we're keeping in combat.
Yeah, you could have them interrupt,
Yeah.
by all means.
Listen, you two, drop the force field and surrender. We promise we won't hurt you. He removes his helmet.
How do you want to play this?
It's your go, Arif.
So I'm assuming that during his turn, I just finished my thought. So I'm gonna walk up to the force field and I'm gonna say, "How come you took your helmets off?"
Look, we're just trying to get off this planet.
I don't see how we're an obstacle to that.
She kind of looks at him for a second, and then sort of initiates, like, kind of tilts her head. Captain, we have 2 in the engineering bay. They erected a force field of some kind. And get a little bit of silence as she kind of looks back at you. Go, look, we just want to get home.
I have no issues waiting for your captain to arrive to discuss it with them.
Just, I'll watch them, and he's just gonna move over to the console. Yeah. So I guess it goes to Vogel.
I think now is an excellent time to put the ship on lockdown. Restrict access to whatever consoles are turned on at this moment.
I mean, all of them are turned on at the moment.
Yeah, I think we're going to restrict access.
Control command or security diff 2.
Take the threat into momentum.
Actually, I'll let you set the difficulty.
So kind of like what I want to set up is the only people I want to be able to access the ship's systems is if they have the Starfleet access codes.
Okay. This is going to be a control engineering task then, and you'll set the difficulty for them to kind of break it, but it'll give everyone else. You need to get at least a minimum of 2.
Okay. I'm going to set it at 3.
All right.
And then I'll give you a threat and use the 2 momentum. I wish I had computers at this moment. Huzzah.
Gain momentum, so difficulty set to 3 that he needs to break. But obviously, you created the advantage, and though, unless they're authorized to use the ship, everyone else has to, try to break your encryption. He kind of looks at his partners like, they just restricted computer access. It's going to take me a bit to break this. And I think with that, enough time has passed that we go back over to sickbay with Garibaldi. Oops. Doctor, as you find your, getting to a position, all of a sudden, all the lights come on. And one's down on the ground unconscious, Garibaldi, as another one insists that you surrender.
Get in here.
Is it our turn?
I say so you can get in here.
Hold up. So Doctor went last. It would unfortunately fall to her.
Yeah. Well, what about the Admiral guy?
For all he knows, they're the enemy, so his job is to protect her. So he's not gonna violate, he's got a position to where he could shoot people coming into the door.
He's
So-
good. Okay.
He's essentially holding action.
Sure. You want to spend a momentum? It doesn't cost
It's
anything. Still the
it's
first
this
time.
one's go.
It actually feels like this is a new round.
It is a new round, but it's her go.
Yeah, I was actually telling Mountain because he seemed confused about that.
All right, thanks.
Sorry.
It's okay. She's going to walk back, realizing that you're probably not going to stand down. She's going to take aim. Oh, why not?
So you spent a threat for an extra minor?
Yes.
Oh, by the way, did you see that question I put on Discord? That 5 mental strain that I stress that I took, was that accounting for the one point of resistance?
I'm not going to worry about it right now.
All right. I have a feeling it's not about to matter.
Yeah. As she backs, as the Kulathian backs away, they turn and they fire, just narrowly missing your head, and states, "I won't miss again. Stand down."
Oh, she missed with 5 straight, with 5 successes?
On purpose.
On purpose.
Well, that was probably a mistake on her part.
No, she stand down. I won't miss again. I will, sorry, I'll rephrase that. Stand down, or the next one will hit you.
Is that her turn?
That's her turn.
Okay. Garibaldi will just say that since the lights have come on, Garibaldi will say, tell the doc, lock down sick bay. Let's see. A miner to draw the knife in his boot. Extra miner to move. And he's going to stab somebody.
That's that's 3 minors total.
No. I don't need to spend a miner to say something.
Oh. Okay, so you're drawing
So-
your weapon. That's a minor.
Yeah. So I'll spend a momentum for an extra miner to move, right?
Into close range.
In melee range, yeah, close range, and then stab the person.
I said to jump in here.
No, you don't need to spend the extra minor to move it in, as long as you're within medium for the melee. It counts as the action.
Okay, so then I spend my miner to draw my weapon, and then I'm going to attack.
Opposed daring security.
Knifey.
I'm gonna take this blankety blank out. I don't suppose I can ask you how many threat you're going to spend before I make a decision between spending threat or determination.
I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah, figured. Give that my focus. I'll give you the momentum and 2 threat for 2 extra die. Oh no, I will just give you 3 threat because I want that momentum in case I need to overcome resistance or something.
Okay.
Oh, on a bladed weapon, do you actually have to spend threat to go lethal?
Yes.
Give you a threat for lethal.
You gotta spend threat to go lethal anyway.
Yeah.
Even in the Klingon game?
Cleaner game, no.
I guess technically Garibaldi is here.
Roll damage.
I don't have the stats on the dagger. Is it 2+ security or 3?
No, it's 1 plus security, and it gets the vicious quality
Okay.
or vicious effect.
I just
So
hit the
That's
thing.
6.
6, so that's enough.
That's only does 4. So
Oh, let me give you that threat to reroll 3.
Ouch.
I made that momentum. I mean, can't give you threat for that.
12?
Ow!
I'm spending 2 to keep them up.
They have damn. They got strength. Excuse me. They got strength.
It's not knockdown for the knife though. It does not get
Yeah,
knocked.
I get it.
Yeah.
I just didn't add the knife. I'll add the knife to
Yeah.
my character sheet. So
I'm just clarifying that that's not a effect. So
is that a knife or a dagger?
be technically a dagger. Dagger and knife
Is
are
it,
the same.
is it a rapier like Sulu?
No,
No.
that's too big.
You said vicious 1.
All right, Doctor, it's your go.
Computer lockdown, medical, medbay.
Control security, div 2. Or command.
Control, command. With surgery, no, I'm just kidding. I'll spend a threat, I guess.
Gain a momentum. Yeah, you seal the doors to sick bay.
Mountain to a reef.
Hold up, Doc.
That can happen eventually.
As you go up and hit the just at the right spot in between the armor to get through. Yeah, this is not good. So they back off. So I am going to spend all the momentum to get into extreme range as they retreat with threat. Where is
That was the time when we start STA had attack opportunity.
it? Does not. Yeah, you're just being really violent.
Well, I mean, the ship's under attack by violent intruders, and Garibaldi is who he is. There's 2 injured, the doctor and the ambassador in that sick bay. He's got to try. He has to assume they're going to kill him anyway.
Sorry, I am looking up a certain task to make sure I do it right because it slipped my mind.
Oh, the surrender task? I'll let you surrender to Garibaldi for free.
No.
That's right. For free.
Of course, it labels Starship Combat, but not the other stuff that I'm looking for ground. Okay. Spending 1 for miner to move into cover. I am spending now 3 threats. Two for a swift task. Yes, I'm doing threat dump.
Well, that's what we get for giving it to you.
Yo. Alright. It's back to you, Garibaldi.
Really?
Yeah.
How far away is she?
Extreme range, but she seems to disappear somewhere down the corridor. Or, well, the guard. Or the Kulathian soldier.
Okay. Is there any cover in the immediate area?
There's probably the quarters or some other like a research lab or something like. Well, yeah.
Like a doorway I can
Yeah.
step into?
Yeah.
All right, so I will do that for my movement, and then for my task, I'm going to do the recovery task.
Fitness plus command difficulty 2.
I'm going to spend the 1 momentum for an extra die. Oop, got it back.
Oh, you're in cover, so sorry, it's diff 1, so 2 momentum. You get 2 stress back.
And that also allows me to avoid an injury again, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Yeah, that's my minor and my task, so I think I am out.
What are you doing, Doctor?
Mountain to a reef. We got intruder alert in the med bay.
Not just the med bay, Doctor. Hold him off as best you can.
Understood. I turn off the signal and call for the bridge. Anyone in the bridge?
Someone is on the ground floor.
I don't know.
He is doing a good job of not metagaming.
Doctor.
Faye?
Yeah, sorry, it hurts to talk.
There's intruders. Seal yourself in the bridge.
Understood.
See if you can help us somehow. I'm not sure how. I'm stuck in the med bay. Good luck. Are you okay?
My ribs are broken.
Oh, honey. I'll try to make it up there as soon as I can. I'll keep you updated. Is there anybody else with you?
It's just me.
Okay. Do you know where Commander Arif went?
Main engineering.
Engineering, oh dear. Thank you. There should be a med pack in the bridge. If you go to the console on the right, underneath the second console, you should find a med pack.
It's an engineering kit.
Engineer. They might have switched it around. Try the other side.
Okay. With that though, as you're talking to Faye, we'll go back to the engineering bay. Your go. Top of the round.
Aretha is content to wait for the captain while giving Sarah time to do what she needs to do. So he'll spend his turn just standing pleasantly by the force field.
What is Vogel doing?
I think that's Q to get the warp drive back online.
Reason plus engineering, difficulty 2 to notice something.
Spend a momentum. I am loving these complications tonight.
Take that as threat. As you go to start the reinitialize the warp core, you notice that some of the antimatter containers are currently in the closed position and will not initialize. Essentially, the warp core won't be able to feed into it, or the antimatter won't be able to feed into the warp core.
So then I have to figure out a way to open them, eh?
Yeah, which you have to go somewhere. You have to go to probably the location where the containers are stored, or the containers are at.
Vogel will just give out an audible "damn it." Reef have to step away again.
No.
Oh yeah. Real quick, the one guy's gonna try and break the encryption you've set up.
Yeah, I was wondering what was going on. I just said "damn it."
Yeah. He replies with an audible frustration, like they've set up a quite the intense security lockdown. Back to you.
I don't suppose it would be too much to ask you guys to leave for just a couple seconds so I could slide one of these chairs into here. It's been a bit of a day.
afraid not, but who are you?
There's no reason to have the same conversation twice. I'm content waiting for your captain. Are they coming?
They were headed to the bridge. Something must have happened. Or they're preoccupied.
Oh. Well, then I'll tell you what. Why don't you give them a call and let's find out the ETA. In all honesty, we seem to be at an impasse, and being as how there's somebody here that's ranked higher than you, I'm sure that you understand that it's just inappropriate to make initial inquiries without them present.
She motions and tries to contact her superior officer. As we go to the second round, anything goes back to you guys. Unfortunately, it ends up in failure at the moment, given the circumstance that's happening with them. So.
So I think Vogel, since pretty much leaving the room is out of the question, I think I'm going to give us more options. I think I'm going to try to reroute helm control to this console, just in case we need it.
Control engineering difficulty 2 for that advantage.
Take a threat.
Gain a momentum. So it's back to them. So you plan on keeping the initiative for Reef to do something?
Arif is simply buying time, so I have nothing to do.
He sighs and goes, "We should have took the raft to the other island. Clearly the crew wasn't killed on impact."
Oh, so it seems like you have been impacted as well by this planet.
You say that on your turn? Because he commented like side and made that statement.
Yeah, I'll engage him with a little combo.
He kind of she speaks up, like kind of overriding him. We've been stranded here for a year.
A year? Please, allow me just one piece of information that might help facilitate matters. What is the current year?
I'm going to be honest. So, by you saying that she's not going to give the Earth year or a stardate number. Just FYI.
That's okay. Have we been in we've been dealing with them for a bit, and that's...
You would probably have to talk with the other Kulathians that are on your side about that. But... or you could probably check the computer. Probably have enough information on the computer. I just don't think your character would be knowledgeable on that front.
No, that's fair. I mean, aside from operating the logistics of their arrivals and stuff, but I can check the computer. Because I would like to know what year it is, or at least they think it is.
The 17th dynasty of Kazo. Kazio. Kazio, sorry.
Hey, if you'll give me a moment to run that through my system so I can convert it to my standard units.
And then she mumbles off a number. Insight con? Diff 1?
Can I argue insight science?
Sure. Does the roll stand?
Yep.
I didn't raise the complications. There's no comp.
I'm under a global complication rule.
Oh, that's right.
Is there any way to get rid of that without going through reputation? Or can that not interfere since we're not on a Starfleet mission?
What global complication are you under?
I don't know. Something from the last rep roll we did.
Probably doesn't apply anymore. Honestly, I've probably forgotten. So just ignore it.
Done and done.
It had to do with your back. That was all physical activity.
No, I think
Well,
it
that was
was some
Garibaldi.
sort of demerit thing.
Oh.
Oh, Garibaldi's back injury was a long time ago.
Yeah.
I
was like,
Another
this is
reality.
that seemed like complication. I remember. I thought that was all clear.
I've been under complication rule range 2 from months.
Do you wish to succeed at cost?
Don't we
With
have
complication?
Yes.
And no, you
Ironically
cannot squash.
enough,
You cannot squash it with 2 momentum. By the way.
I'm not going to.
It matches, at least in terms for what it's a little off, maybe a few days, at least what you think it is, because you're not really sure what the start date is currently. So the time indicates why, but you feel like she said something, but you just can't really grab, like there was something else to like what she said, but you kind of slipped your mind.
So, if I may, so Arif, how do I put this? Here's a question. Is she giving me a headache?
No, she's not giving you a headache.
Okay, then, I'm just gonna say what Arif's thinking right now is that they basically, because of the chronoton radiation, because of something or other, we started at the same place. This ship got dumped out a year ago, and we didn't. At least that's what I'm guessing.
You can guess that.
No, I'm saying that's what Arif is operating with, but that actually gives us an interesting window, but I think I've done enough for my turn.
She gave you like what appeared to be like the correct time, but it might be off a day or two, a few days.
No, that's perfectly okay. Basically, I was looking for any huge discrepancy, a couple days. That's well within my plus minus. Um, but the point is, if we're in the right time, then they probably got shunted. At least that. But that'll be next time.
You gonna ask anything else, or are we gonna slide
Oh,
over to?
okay. Well, in which case, I'll ask if I may then. A year ago, how did you get here? Were you pursuing us?
We've never seen this vessel before until you crash land.
And you crash landed too.
No, we were left behind.
Who's the emperor? Or I'm sorry, who's the leader of your people? Not your captain, but the Kulathians.
That would be Emperor Kazio.
Was Emperor Kazio the one that just died?
Yes.
Arif's gonna.
She did say they were here for a year.
Okay. Arif's gonna stand up straight. And he's gonna lower his eyes slightly and say, I think it's important that you get your captain with all due haste. I regret to inform you that your Emperor Kazio has passed a number of weeks ago after naming his daughter, Empress, to the throne, the first female in the history of your brave and noble people. And, well, imagine how thrilled your captain will be to know that your Empress is safe and quite close by. Go get your captain. Now, please.
You're lying. Prince Tolan would be named. Named. A woman has never taken the throne.
Yes, hence my use of the word first. Just get your captain. This is already above your pay grade. No offense.
I might cut back over to Garibaldi.
That's the all sick bay.
I'm aware. Currently, Garibaldi, what are you doing?
All right, so that person disappeared on me, huh?
Yes.
Okay. I want to. Is there a computer panel near me, like a wall panel or whatever?
Yes.
I want to use a miner if I can, just to check to see if transporters are online.
You look at the wall panel and you notice that a security lockout has been initiated.
I disable the. For this panel only. I use my command code to bypass the.
Okay. Transporters are offline because sensors are inoperable.
No, then I will reinstate the security lockout and try plan number 2. And I will just yell out around the corner. This can go one of two ways. You can disarm yourself and surrender, and my doctor will give you medical treatment, or I'm going to slit the throat of your crewmate. You got 10 seconds.
Oh, Post, Presence Command.
Persuasion as a focus?
Yes.
Now I'm going to spend my determination. I'm trying to connect personally with this person, so I'm going to spend towards the value of connecting with others personally is a useful tool.
No, because he did it in a threatening manner.
All right, there are a few lines I will not cross to
I will
accomplish the
take
mission.
that.
Garibaldi is quite serious about slitting that guy's throat.
I mean, we're already fugitives. What's a murder charge?
It's not murder. I have hostile borders on the ship. It is not murder. I will spend. Let's see, it'd be 2 to get the third die. So I will spend. I give you 2 threat for the third die. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Three momentum gained.
In a whispering tone, the doctor says, "How's it going out there, Garibaldi? Are you okay?"
1 second. So, it passes to them, right?
Yeah, I want because Garibaldi would wait to see if they're going to comply.
Down the hall, you see a helmet throw down across, along with glove, and sort of walking out haphazardly in armor, like one, like you see it, one hand, one and like another one in like the armor. They come out, not with their hands up, but just to kind of show like they're disarmed. Don't kill my man.
As long as you stay compliant, he lives.
Captain Maddie's Srapio.
I'm Garibaldi. How bad are your injuries? Thought I got you pretty good.
I'll live. She kind of holds her side a little bit, and you see like, you notice like she's managed to stop the bleeding, but
All right, I'm gonna if I can, I'm going to look at her like she's taking that glove off. I want to remove that glove from the body below me and throw it down the hall, and then yell out to Dr. Mountain, "Unlock sickbay, Mountain. You got a couple more patients."
Understood. I disengage the lock and look outside.
Everybody will back up enough, so it's safe, and tell her, pick up your crewmate, go into sickbay. My doctor will provide medical treatment. And
there
then we
are
can
more of my people on board. You wish to end any further bloodshed?
Stand down and come into my med bay. There's no fighting in here.
I'll be fine.
And
I need to get to your main engineering before something else bad happens.
Garibaldi, will you escort her? She looks pretty bad off, though. And he starts helping the person on the ground.
That one should be all right. Just keep him sedated. You said captain, you were rank?
Yes. Commander of the Pargus team.
The what?
Pargus?
The Pargus team. It's my
Okay.
unit. Well, what's left of us.
You mean what's left of you? You were pursuing us, right?
No. We've been here for a year.
A year?
Here.
Been stranded for a year. We were left behind by our own people.
Where is here?
Hold on, Doc. I got someone you might want to meet. Hey, Admiral.
As a painter, she instantly jumps to attention, and then gives a salute. At ease, Captain.
They've been here for a year, Admiral. You want to get them to stand down?
How many are you, Captain? 4 of us, sir. Order the rest of your units to stand down and to disarm. Yes, sir.
Everybody will hit his comm badge. Garibaldi to a reef.
Go ahead.
How you doing down there?
Well, it's a situation, but we're presently waiting to parlay with the captain. However, we've been kept waiting for quite some time.
The captain's been busy, and I've just introduced her to the Admiral.
Good.
I believe their forces shall be standing down.
Great. Escort them to main engineering, both of them, please.
Arif, the captain is injured. I'm going to have their seen in sickbay first. Perhaps you can come.
Are her injuries life-threatening, Doctor?
I'll have to do an assessment, but they look pretty bad.
She says she'll live. I
Great.
tagged her pretty good though, Arif.
Okay. Doctor, you're more than welcome to accompany. But
He's got patients in critical condition, sick bay.
fair enough. Then
how about you just come down here, Arif? I'm sure the Admiral doesn't want to leave the Empress's side.
I'll bring a med kit with me.
Excellent.
Give me an extra med kit, Doc.
Here you go. I highly recommend they come back to sickbay soon.
And as Garibaldi kind of steps up close to the doctor, he kind of whispers, "Ixnay on the Princess A, on the Empress." Well, they don't know about that. Don't tell them.
Sure.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Captain?
come back soon, Captain.
Captain, Admiral, you'll come with me, and I'll follow Arif's orders. And as Arif will kind of direct them from behind as he's doing it, he will take the medical scanner and scan the captain and see how bad her, really get an ascertain what her position, her condition really is.
Reason medicine difficulty 1. Yeah, it's honest. She's not gonna die. You barely missed an artery, but there was a lot of blood. I technically spent threat to avoid the injury, so nullifying the lethal thing. But she'll live. Ish. She's gonna be in a lot of pain. Put it that way.
Oh. Somewhere along the way, Garibaldi will just put the doctor's mind at ease and tell him that she will make it.
Oh, you changed your token.
Well, I hadn't updated him since the last time when I created that token, he was still in Starfleet Medical.
And I'll ask Sarah to drop and then re-engage the force field so I can get out.
Before they arrive, the other two, she walks up and kind of talks to them, and they throw their gloves on the ground as they just kind of stand there. He stops working on the computer as the 3 of them enter in.
Sarah, if you could please drop the field and re-engage it after I've walked out?
While they do it, everybody will kind of look at the captain and say, "Stand still for a moment while I get this wound closed," and he will begin treatment.
Daring medicine difficulty. Well, she's moved. Make it 2.
I will give you. I will spend. Oh, I've got tons of it. I will spend 3 momentum for 2 extra die, just because I think this is a diplomatic kind of moment. I've got to get some goodwill here, or some momentum back.
Get 2 back. Yeah. You just as you notice, she kind of noticed something, and she was about to move, but she kind of stopped herself, realizing they didn't have the tactical position, I guess. As you go to treat the severe wound that you gave her.
I'm doing my good work.
He's his own good cop, bad cop.
She just kind of mumbles, "Mark, so you kill him and fix him."
I prefer not to kill if I don't have to, but I got armed intruders on my ship. What would you have done?
The same.
All yours, Maurice.
Thank you, GQ. Captain, Admiral, my name is, well, as you know, Admiral, my name is Arif, but Captain, my name is Arif. I command this vessel.
Apologies if I had known that if the admiral of the Imperial Fleet was on board, I would not have acted so hastily.
Well, be that as it may, I'm willing to let bygones be bygones. I have a question for you. I understand from your underlings that you've been here for about a year. Are you aware of Ambassador Orlandi?
I'm not familiar with the name.
Understood. Are there how many are how many of your people are on board my ship?
Just the 4 of us.
And the people that you keep in reserve?
The people we keep in reserve are currently buried next to the temple.
So there's only 4 of you left.
Correct.
Well, in which case, I'm gonna ask you to go to our medical bay. Our doctor is wonderful, and quite frankly, as much as I have confidence in GQ's ability, I would like one final scan to make sure. However, here's the situation, and I'd like you to think about it. My ship is currently rather damaged. I plan to fix it, and I plan to leave this planet. I don't know what the status of your ship is. If it's terminal, then perhaps we may use some materials. And if it's not, you can choose to either come with us or, well, go back to your ship. And the one
We have
piece,
no ship.
then how are you? What is it? Was it completely destroyed?
We were left behind by the commander of the operation.
Oh, this wasn't an accident. I apologize. I was under the assumption that this was an accident. What was your operation?
She kind of looks to the admiral and he just kind of nods. Prince Tolan commanded a regiment unit to help salvage a relic from this planet 1 year ago. The salvage operation was successful.
Then why?
However,
Sorry, go ahead.
the Royal Guards turned on us, killing most of my squadrons. 4 of us of all that remained. Well, there was a 5th. He perished soon afterwards from his wounds.
Well, then I'm going to tell you a little bit of the current events that you've missed. And I think you should decide for yourself whether or not I'm telling you the truth. And of course, the Admiral will. I'm happy for him to give his opinion on the subject. But several months ago, first things first, several months ago, I began a friendship with one of your people, one of your ambassadors, the Ambassador Langdar that I mentioned. I find I found him to be an incredibly engaging fellow, and he opened my eyes to your people's building techniques, which is truly something that's incredible. But that doesn't matter now because your emperor, rest his soul, passed several weeks ago after naming his daughter, not his son, as the new leader of your people, the first empress of the Kulathian. What do you think about that so far?
I think that raises a lot of questions.
It does. It does. Now, interestingly enough, currently, it would appear that her brother has usurped the throne, as it were, and named himself emperor. That sounds like it tracks a pattern with your, well, abandonment, wouldn't you say?
It does.
So, you can either help us and potentially get off this world and restore the true ruler of your people, or you can leave. Either way, I'd like you to get that medical scan, of course. If you do decide to go, I want to make sure that you have the best odds of survival out here.
With all due respect, there is no place safe. There's a volcano on this island, and it's nearing its time for it to erupt.
Oh, no. We'd be happy to, once we fix our ship, we'd be happy to drop you off anywhere on this planet you want, on a much safer island, of course. It's the least we could do, unless you wanted to come with us.
With all due respect, Admiral, we had planned, no offense to you, to take this ship and leave Kulathian space. We were left for dead and abandoned. It's a little hard to serve an empire that forsakes its own.
That sounds to me like you were abandoned by the guy that unlawfully usurped the throne of your world. He betrayed you as much as he did your entire species, your entire people. We're here with the rightful empress. Maybe you should join forces with us to help right things. And it wasn't your government that abandoned you, did you wrong. It was the usurper. Maybe you serve your people
With
by
all due
helping put the right ruler on the throne.
with all due respect, I don't think she could win.
Why?
The relic that we were sent here to recover for the false emperor, it holds some sort of strange power. Something that I've never seen or encountered before. It made some of my men go crazy.
Well, as they say, absolute power corrupts absolutely. But then I'll say this. If you truly want to abandon your rightful government, I'll assist that as well. We have a couple stops to make first, but I'm perfectly happy to take you out of Kulathian space. Mind you, the ship will stay mine, of course, and while you're on it, you will be subject to our commands. We obviously don't believe very strongly in hazing.
Are we prisoners?
No, you would be my crew, members of my crew.
Unarmed crew.
Indeed.
Very well. If you don't mind, there's still time. We'd like to get back to the temple and retrieve some of our supplies. As well as the ID tags of all those that were... She kind of looks to the Admiral. Killed.
Absolutely. We have room aboard the ship for all of your possessions, and if you don't mind, before you go, we'll show you some quarters, so you know where to go or where to put the possessions. When you get back, we'll be busy working, and I do expect you to help affect your own survival. Now that we're all a crew, we're all together in this, and getting out is quite frankly the most important thing, especially if there is an active volcano in the region.
Just help repair their ship. Azu, or Aluzu, you're with me. Don't mind. I would like to have my weapon and helmet. There are creatures in this jungle that are quite deadly.
Of course. Of course. Uh, Admiral, a word, if I may?
Of course.
Can I bring him to the, like, just a corner where we can have a private word? Admiral, while this may be slightly awkward of a subject to broach, I wanted to say that while it seems clear that these Kulathian soldiers have been mistreated horribly, um, and while it seems incredibly clear that you are fighting against the very person that did this, it worries me that as we move along in this plan to help, um, having two chains of command is seldom a workable arrangement on a starship.
I'm not here to order them around, Commander Arif. You do with them as you please. There's a set of coordinates I'd like you to head towards to drop myself, Princess, and the Senator off.
Where are they?
It's a meeting spot for people who are loyal to her.
Do you expect us to leave afterwards, or are we to, or is this simply one stop?
Let's just focus on getting off this rock in one piece.
Not the worst idea I've heard, Admiral.
And we can discuss what we do next.
Excellent. Well, I'm gonna go see what I can do about patching the underside of the hull. Why don't you figure out where you can lend a hand with repairs, and let's all get this ship out of here.
Agreed.
I'm gonna nod, walk away. And I guess kind of mutter around for a moment while see what everyone else is doing.
You drop the force field?
Oh, that's a good point.
It's just a minor, just asking. So it's not like a task.
I forgot he brought back up the force field.
I mean, clearly hostilities have ended.
Yeah, I'll drop it. Commander, if you don't mind, I'm going to head with them to the temple. Plus, it'll give me an opportunity to see the extent of the damage to our hull.
Absolutely. Do me a favor, Sarah, while you're out there, see if you can take a quick scan of that volcano and let's see if we're in imminent danger.
See if we have to fire up the impulse drive ahead of schedule.
Yeah, because maybe I should actually start programming force fields to cover our breaches just in case.
Arif, you want me to relieve Dr. Mountain in sick bay and send him down here? He's probably better at the engineering thing than I am.
It's a good idea, GQ.
In the meantime, though, we're not going anywhere without sensors, and they are knocked out.
Well, why don't I make that my priority then? Me and the doctor will take care of that while you're exploring the temple.
And don't forget the antimatter containment is fused. We're going to need to take care of that before we're able to get warp drive back.
I don't suppose I can just punch a hole in it.
Come on, I can take care of that.
I'm in.
You allow me.
Absolutely. Arif will say with a smile and clapping him on the back. I'm going to say, what do you think? Good enemies, better friends.
He just kind of looks puzzled at this statement, but he's like, okay. Um,
Good job, buddy. Oh, uh,
where's it at?
yeah, that's a fair point.
You could just spout out something. It's not far from engineering, to be honest.
It's a deck down, 2 doors to the left. You can't miss it. Big yellow door. It's actually pretty hideous.
I'll find it. And he walks off.
We should probably end. I'll whisper to Sarah. We should probably end the lockdown. But let's give them only limited access.
Sure thing.
Lord knows I'm not going to try to break your handiwork.
And I'll use the access, but still keep the critical systems to command codes only.
Just like that, we've doubled our size. Oh, now that there's power, actually, the first thing Arif is going to do is he's going to find an anti-grav sled and bring Faye to sickbay.
Okay. Real quick though, as I guess Garibaldi made the slight comment to the captain.
Mm.
I'll do my best. That was a interesting tactic. Not many are bold enough to come after a fully armed Kulathian commando with a knife and no armor.
I'd use my phaser to power a surgery bed. That's what I had.
And sorry about my man shooting you. We
It was a good
didn't.
shot.
I'll be sure to pass on the information when he eventually awakes.
Very good. Well, now that we're crewmates, be careful, eh?
Don't leave without us, please. Been sharing here too long.
When you get to know Arif, you know that's not possible. He's the nicest guy I've ever met. And then your boy's going to head to sick bay. Well, actually, I guess he needs to show. Well, apparently she knows how to get on and off this ship. She doesn't need any help there.
Yeah, they have a way to get off the ship. It's through your shuttle bay. It's currently, opened.
If there is a closer airlock that would be easier for her to get in and out of, he'll show her that on the way to sick bay. And then when he gets to sick bay, he will relieve Dr. Mountain.
Assuming Vogel's is tagging along, or
Yeah.
okay. Garibaldi is heading back to sick bay. He is just currently knocked out. Here, doctor.
I just keep him sedated for now.
I'm assuming you removed his helmet and whatnot and disarmed
Yeah,
him.
make it easier to breathe and disarm him. Yep. And I have it's in a pile in the corner.
Yeah, Garibaldi, you walk into sickbay.
And then I step over to her and do what I can for her if she has any more.
She actually wakes up.
Well,
scene change, by the way, so you go down one momentum.
All right.
hello.
Hey, Doc. How are your patients?
He's sedated, she's recovering, and she's awake.
Oh, fantastic. Arif sent me to relieve you here. He needs your help in engineering. There's an active volcano in the area, and we need you to fix the ship so we can get the heck out of here.
Oh dear. Active volcano. Nice to meet you. I'm Dr. Mountain. This is Garibaldi, and he will be assisting you if you have any questions. And if you need me, you know where I'll be. How's it going out there?
We have new friends. They're coming with us. And, well, Arif's down there. I'll let him tell you the whole thing.
Sure.
But we've got a hull breach, I think, where the shuttle doors open. Warp drive's out. Sensors are out. And active volcano.
All right. So, yeah, we need to get out of here and get some power to the engines. His weapon's over there. But perhaps you'd like to speak with, what is her name? She's the Empress or Princess or?
Princess. Well, technically she's still a Princess Empress. I'm not sure. But if you see any of the Kulathian commandos, they're on our side now.
Okay.
I know. I'm confused too, but you know how Arif is. He can sell ice to Andorians.
I've seen him do it. All right. I will be in engineering if you need me. Keep our status. We need to keep the neural enhancer on her for another few hours. Just make sure she stays steady. And I even wonder if we should put her in a stasis because of the volcano activity. Those earthquakes must be related.
Right. Well, I'll monitor her, Doctor.
Yeah. So just put her in stasis in a field if you need to.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Princess Garibaldi. Head to engineering.
So, Your Majesty, how you feeling?
My memory's a little fuzzy. I remember last jumping on board this ship.
Okay. Well, I don't know how or why, but we ended up some distance away from where we were. Crash landed on a planet with some of your forces that had been abandoned here by that man who usurped your throne about a year ago.
My brother.
Tomlin, right?
Tolman.
Something like Tomlin. Well, they're not real fond of your brother because they abandoned him here. We're probably going to need to talk to their captain again when we get off this planet. Because apparently they came here for some ancient relic that gave them some power that may be behind what facilitated Tomlin's rise to the throne, or at least helped him. But they've joined the crew, thanks to your admiral and Arif's silver tongue. They've joined our crew. They're going to help us get off the planet. And then I guess the admiral has a location for us to go with some of your supporters. And I think that brings you up to speed. Physically, you're okay. Saya is stabilized, but not out of the woods yet.
Well, so that's good. I'll keep watch on her. I think you have other duties to attend to.
Actually, at the moment, sickbay is my position.
I see. So everyone else is working on getting the ship ready to get us out of here.
Arif and the doctor, and probably some of the other Kulathians, are getting the ship repaired. I think I think the captain of the Kulathian forces that was aboard that was here on the planet, they're going back to get some of their gear from their camp, and I believe I don't know what they call them in your world. The humans call them dog tags, ID tags of the fallen.
Yeah, they're essentially identification tags. When the troop falls in battle and their body can't be recovered, the tags are at least returned to loved ones or to, well, people in position to mark that they have fallen.
Well, I would say that, of course, my duties right now is to monitor sick bay and take care of Saya. You are more than welcome to stay if she is uh, if she is close to you or you close to her. Having family and close ones nearby always helps with recovery. The doctor would probably prefer I kept you in here for observation, but I don't think I got enough right to tell a princess where she can and cannot go. So I can always call to have your admiral come up here if you wish to confer with him here, or you can help me watch your aide.
If you don't mind, I like to spend some time. I highly doubt I will be any use to you repairing the ship.
Well, let me grab you a chair and pull it up next to the monitor bed, and we can watch your condition together. And Garibaldi will put action to words.
You do that, so speeding things along because it is starting to get a little bit late.
Mm-hmm.
Going to over for you, Vogel. You journey with the other two Kulathians back to over towards where the temple, through the jungle towards where the temple is at. Well, not I guess call it temple. As you sort of near it, you see a relatively decent sized pyramid shaped object. The outer surface, shines almost as the sun hits the rays. Like it looks almost like a giant mirror in a way. Off in the distance.
Just kind of take in the view.
The entrance is this way.
Right. Yes. And I'll follow.
And you enter the base of the temple. There is an obvious entrance. Probably 3 meters by 3 meters or so. As you get kind of close to the temple, you can tell it's definitely made out of, limestone and granite that's been heavily polished. And you want to take a scan of the volcano? because you can kind of see it, and there is clearly smoke coming out of it.
Yeah, but I could probably do that on the way back.
Okay.
Help them get their stuff, and then on the way back we could hit that, and then check out the damage to the ranger.
Our stuff's there's some adjacent rooms inside here. It's not whoever built it's not too big, or it's not a fairly big complex except for the center room, but our items are down this way.
And yeah, I'll just be using the tricorder scan. Might as well get a layout of the place for the doctor.
Yeah, you can set the thing to map mode. You just have to kind of walk around for it to do that.
Also, I'm also kind of scanning, but not making it obvious to make sure like I'm not walking into a trap they might set because I don't entirely trust them yet.
And she kind of looks like, I'm going to go this way. It's just some things over here.
And I'll just look at whatever the symbol is in here. In the main chamber. I was gonna walk around it.
As you walk around like the main chamber, you see lots of hieroglyphs, or not hieroglyphs, but strange writing along the walls. Best way I can describe it, they look like lines, in different, patterns.
I'll take images of it just for cataloging later, but I'll just run it through a quick translation program.
Control Science Diff 1.
Take a momentum. I'll fish.
Get it back. Your tricorder comes back that the writing appears to be at least way the tricorder described it, appears to be writing from the Deccan Empire. Some of this writing was alphabet was recently decoded roughly around 6 months ago from a research station. I'm gonna let you know the world where the research station was the one that the Tenchi encountered in its first episode a long time ago. But you do recognize the system in which that little added information comes from. Yeah, the text appears to be, all the writing appears to be in a version of the Deccan language. Well, I have everything. Shame that so many people had to die. Whatever this thing was.
Thing? What thing?
Giant crystal. With strange writing on it. Almost glowed like a purple color. Gave me the willies. In fact, drove some of my men crazy. Had some sort of mind affecting aura about it during the recovery operation.
Mind affecting how?
Some of them heard whispers, like someone was trying to speak to them, get into their mind, get into their head.
Where's that crystal now?
I wouldn't know. It's in the hands of Prince Tolan.
I see. And Jill kind of muttered to herself, that explains a lot. Right. But if you have everything, let's get a quick scan of this volcano and start heading back.
All right. And yeah, they start heading out. Of course, yay.
Let's take one final glance, just kind of in there before I head out as well.
One second. Oh well. Yeah. So really, do you record like the writings and stuff before you left?
Yeah, I cataloged them. I'm sure I had plenty of time while they're off packing.
Yeah, I won't make you roll for it.
Probably forward it to Captain Athaton before we're all arrested.
I'm gonna throw you into the GM layer a second so I can copy everybody.
Who turned out the lights?
Because there's no token. Back into the theater of mind. You exit the temple with the other, two Kulathian women waiting for you. Did you get what you need?
Yep. Next up, volcano.
Go ahead and give me a scan. Reason Science, difficulty 2.
I'll use a momentum. This is not a botany roll. I'll reroll. Oh. Well.
Succeed at cost or
Yep.
stand?
Yeah, I'll succeed at cost.
Either your tricorder readings indicate that and obviously by the sudden ground movement that this volcano is probably going to erupt sometime within the next few hours or minutes. You're not entirely sure, but it's going to happen soon. As you start seeing ash, or sorry, it starts to rain ash from the sky, almost like snowflakes.
I think we might need to quickly, very quickly, get back to the ship.
Agreed.
I mean, run.
As you head off, you hear a faint noise coming from the temple. Well, the direction where the temple is at. I don't know if it played through Discord or not through Roll20.
Yeah, I heard it. You two go on ahead. Tell the commander to get the ship ready for launch.
Hurry it up. You don't want to be here.
You don't have to tell me twice, and I'll start heading back just to
Oh, no.
act like I'm going to scan for something.
As you turn around and stop for a moment, the temple is completely gone.
Quick scan.
Reason Science Def 1.
Momentum.
Get 2 back. Try to indicate that there was something there. There's definitely something. A heavy object was sitting at the location. The land is definitely cleared for obvious reasons. It's just vanished.
No energy traces or
No,
transporter or propulsion indications.
Nothing. It's like it. Someone made it disappear.
Ah, damn you, volcano. And then I'll realize that I probably won't be alive to investigate it if I'm dead. So I'll start sprinting toward the ranger.
All right. Well, all that was going on because that probably took Vogel half hour to an hour at best before they returned. Who was working on what?
Well, we're now all working on the goddamn engines.
Yeah, I was gonna work on the engines to make sure we can at least take off.
Yeah, I think Reef was going to work on the sensors because if we don't have sensors, you can't figure out where to go.
Yeah.
And then the doctor was going to work on the antimatter issue.
Yeah, I'll go find out where that other guy went and
You also have hull breaches, just so you know. So you gotta do something with that.
Before the sensors, I'm gonna pivot back to that force field for the hull breaches.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm for the record, I'm thinking more we just move the ship to a safer area and then fix it versus get it all good to go.
Okay.
Maybe try to land it properly this time.
not next to a volcano.
That sounds like a great plan, and I endorse it. Let's do this.
Because if we never leave the atmosphere, we technically don't need to fix the hull breaches yet.
Well, we still want the force field so things don't fall.
All
Where's
right.
Arif? Where's Sarah? Isn't she the pilot?
Um.
I'm gonna need her on board.
Yes, she's on her way back.
Good.
All right. To fix the sensors, this is going to be a control plus engineering. Difficulty 3, magnitude 2, resistance 1 with a work track of 9. So it's not really hard, but it
That's all
little
you
work
done.
to it. Yeah. Control engineering, diff 3. Work
So
9.
we're doing the engines first or the sensors
The
first?
sensors.
Sure.
You guys see where you're going.
Otherwise, you'll fly right through a star.
I mean, if the volcano suddenly explodes and you don't see anything, I mean, there could be a lot of rock that rains down on you.
Those.
So control engineering, you said?
Yes, control engineering.
What was the difficulty again? Sorry.
3.
I'll take 2 momentum and 1 threat. For extra dice. All right. I don't have a value I can spend because of my determination. Well. Assist by a reef.
Is anyone assisting the doctor? Or are you doing something else, Arif?
I
I mean, it's just extra momentum.
yeah, I can assist the doctor. I'll assist the doctor.
Mhm.
2 momentum, roll 6 challenge dice for me. That's 5 work.
That's good.
It's a breakthrough. Difficulty is now 2.
All right, I will spend another momentum. For an extra
Mumble,
dice.
mumble, mumble. What?
I'm going to use a momentum for an extra dice.
Gain 1 so far. Assuming Arif is still rolling.
Sorry. I apologize.
Control engineering.
Oh,
You gained a momentum, but 6 challenge dice. There is a complication.
That's
Sorry.
squandered. That's okay. We can spend the momentum. 2
Oh,
momentum.
I just realized that was science, but it wouldn't have made it.
Yeah, it's a 20.
Resistance is 3 for the complication.
well,
Commander's not a big help to you this round. He's causing all your
No,
resistance.
that
I-
one goes there. This one goes here.
I thought the doctor spent the tutor to squash the thing.
Wow.
I squat.
If you're squashing it, then okay, then resistance 1. That's enough. Sensors come back online just in time as Vogel, you enter the ship, and
Sensors are working.
yeah, as you enter the ship, Vogel, you can see volcanoes erupting. You start seeing lava spew out of it. I think we need to go.
How are those antimatter chamber locks going? I yelled down the tube to those level below.
Oh yeah, there was one guy working on that for you.
The helper, the friend.
The
new guy.
hopefully he gets it started guy. And yes, he can use a momentum.
Oh, I didn't need it. Yeah, he got it. He fixed the problem, and antimatter is starting to flow into the reactor, or into the warp core. So yeah, Doc, I think I'll put you back in engineering as you're going to start the warp core. Scene change, by the way, as we go into the final scene. To get the warp core back online, This is going to be a control engineering difficulty 4, magnitude 2, work 11, resistance 2, and you're going to have a total of 8 intervals to get this done.
Jenkies.
Or
Can I use my
fire and
trait?
brimstone is going to rain down on top of the ranger.
Can I use my trait cool under pressure for this moment?
The difficulty, I didn't think really. I will say with that trait, it would, if there's a threat spend to, I wouldn't be able to do a threat spend to increase the difficulty or complication because you're at wit's ends.
Great. Okay, so cool. So still diff 4.
Yes.
Would the computer be able to help, or a reef?
I'll allow the ship's computers plus engineering to help with the restart.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna need. Well, this is a dangerous situation, and he's gonna use all the luck he can get. So, diff 4. What do you think, guys? 6 momentum, 6 threat. Get all the dice. And since he can't increase the complication range, it's no extra danger.
Uh,
I'm not going to get a diff 4. I don't have any focuses to increase the range. I have to roll 1s. I get 2s.
and best of luck. Go for it.
All right, here it goes. All 6 threat, please. For 5 days. This is melting or not melting, folks. That's why I'm doing this.
Computers engineering from the ship.
Whoo!
5 challenge dice.
Thank you, ship. I know you want to get out of here too.
2 work. Sorry, 1 work.
Oh, Jesus. Oh my stars. I can't spend anything for rerolls, can I? On those 2 days.
Sorry, roll 1 more challenge dice because it's 6 challenge dice. My bad. I was looking at an earlier roll. So yeah, 2 work.
2.
Currently you're at 6 out of 8 intervals. 6 intervals left.
All right, I'm gonna need some good juju from you folks. I'm gonna have to do it again.
You can do it again until you get the warp core online, or you still down at. I'm gonna head to the bridge because I'm thinking Vogel's heading there. Assuming a reef is in engineering.
Yeah.
Are you assisting?
I think I'd like to work on the hull breach force fields.
They'll take up an interval because you're in intervals at this point.
I'm okay with that.
They'll take up 2 intervals, so.
Dude,
For everyone or for myself?
everyone.
Everyone right now.
We're working on this problem, right? We're trying to get off the planet, right? Or off the island. So anything you can do to help off the island and those volcano lava things coming at us, that'd be great. There won't be a hull if we don't get out of here.
Maybe work on shields.
The dock has an extended task to get the warp core fired up so that way the engines light up. Technically, you would have to, if you're going to want to use the not fire up the warp core and use the fusion reactors to power the impulse engines. That's a separate task because you have to bypass a few things.
Should let the doctor do a single roll. Try to get some momentum and then figure out intervals from there.
Okay. It's still difficulty 4, Doctor, but you have 2 work out of 11.
I guess I'll have to do the same thing. We don't have any momentum. Still diff 4, right?
Yeah.
We get an assist. Okay, here we go.
Gain any momentum from the ship. Ship saved you. 6 challenge dice.
There we go.
That's 5. It's enough for a breakthrough.
Breakthrough. I think I'll say it. Should I save the momentum or should we get?
I was gonna say use the momentum to have the intervals if we're planning on doing other things.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll have the interval then. We'll take the 5 and the breakthrough.
All right, you have 5 intervals.
Remaining?
Yes, 5 intervals remaining.
I thought we had 7. 5 and 2.
It's 2 intervals per task. When you have the intervals.
Oh, the interval. Oh, I was thinking of the work. Okay. Cool. Now we can figure something.
I think you finish up the task.
How many more work do I need? I got 7 out of 11, so 4 work needed.
4 work or a breakthrough.
Or a breakthrough. Oh, yeah. That's fine. Well, 4 work is a breakthrough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. 1 more round. Enjoy your threat.
How much threat?
All the threat. Or is it? Oh, it's diff 3 now, isn't it?
Yes.
Only 3 then. I'll do 4. Thank you, ship.
Got it. The ship's
The Ranger is saving our buttocks.
6 challenge dice.
The Ranger doesn't want to die.
That's 4 work, which is just enough to fill the work track up and get you your breakthrough as the warp core hums to life in main engineering. Currently, you have 3 intervals left.
Good work, Doc.
What are you doing next? You're still on the
Ranger.
surface of the planet.
Let's fly.
You going to take off and just get into atmosphere and head away from this island? Find another one, or at least head away in a direction that's where you're safe.
I think that's you, Pogo.
Feza, nice to see you too again, Sarah. My friend here has been telling me a lot about his palace. Senator stands up. Is there something I could assist you with? I was just told to head up here, and there was no one here except for her.
You know how to work an operations panel?
It's been a while since I've served in the military. Faye goes, no, just set me up. I'll work it, and helps Faye get into the opposite seat.
And I'll kind of point to the chair behind him. Strap in. This might get a little rocky.
Don't mind if I do.
Fogo to a reef. We do not have a lot of time left.
Do we have time to secure the undercarriage with force fields before taking off?
I estimate that this volcano is going to go in minutes, sir.
It's raining
Sure.
ash on the view screen as you look out at it.
In minute intervals.
I'm gonna give it a shot. Give me as long as you can before taking off. But make sure the ship stays safe.
Can't we do both?
I'd like not to lose our shuttles if we can avoid it. There's a big hole at the bottom of the ship, GQ. If we
Sir,
lift
shuttles
up-
are replaceable. You are not.
I am not replaceable. Let's get out of here.
That'll be it.
We could see the volcano from a safe distance. Let's just get to the safe distance part first.
So depending on whatever Aris orders are.
Go.
Daring Con assisted by the Rangers Engines plus Con, difficulty 3.
Say daring con?
Yes. I am also upping the complication range to 3.
All right. Well, this sounds like a perfect opportunity for a determination spend. Starship is an extension of my body.
Yes. Surprised you still have that.
I mean, it comes in handy when I need to pilot the damn thing.
It does.
Oh, I think I got to give you 2.
Right now you're at diff 1
Am I?
with determination
Yeah.
spend.
Yeah, I know.
You have complication range 3.
That's what I'm thinking, because my daring is not the best. I think I chance it. I just rolled a 2.
You got assist from the ship too.
I
So
don't need
Engine's
it.
gone.
Oh, I should have helm ops too. So those are actually both 2s. I forgot to turn my focus range on. So I should have 6 successes.
7 with the ship. Gain 4 momentum. As you hastily fire up the impulse engines, and you hear the sound of the creaky noise, and you hear like debris and rubble like bounce off the hull of the ship as you take off and hit a sort of an angle as some of the debris clears, and you maneuver to a safe distance as you travel at a reasonable altitude to not decompress the entire ship. Watching the view screen, the volcano erupts in a magnificent explosion, liking the island with ash, rock, and lava.
Faye, let's try to find a good place that we could set this thing down, try to make some more repairs. I don't think she's space worthy yet.
Here, I can take over for you for flying. I'm a better pilot than using the sensors. Then she has a con of 4, so.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But she actually has better stats than you do for that role, so.
Well, if anyone's going to blow up the ship, it's going to be me. Yeah, I'll pass off con and take the signs and try to find a good place.
Reason science difficulty 2 to find a safe spot.
Use a momentum.
Sorry, sensor science 2 from the ship.
Do we fish with sensors? Which I get into. Garibaldi, why not fish?
Come on, complication.
Went the other way.
Gain 2 momentum. Yeah, you find a safe location on the planet. It's another island. From what you can tell, the planet you're on is an ocean world, so there's very few land masses that are above sea level.
There's no like signs of intelligent life that we should maybe blow
No.
up our debris.
There are no signs of intelligent life. Mostly it's plants, animals, mostly reptiles in terms for the animal population, and lots of big insects.
There. Heading 345.
Deploying landing gear. I think we should have did that the last time. If I can remember who was flying this thing.
All hands prepare stations for landing.
She would like to spend a momentum because it's just the simple difficulty 1.
That's why we have it.
Engines con. Actually, it shouldn't be structure con. Structure con for landing. Yeah, that did not help. Gain a momentum back anyway. Faye, who's in a lot of pain, manages to land the Ranger on a nice flattened area where there's not a whole lot of trees. There's no volcanoes, right? She looks to you.
I'll quickly look and probably no.
There's not.
Well, at least not an active one.
Yeah. I'll just point to Faye. Get the sick bay now.
Yes, ma'am. And she kind of starts slowly moving. Goes, oh, I'll help you.
Is that the same guy she got in a duel with?
No, that's the guy she rescued.
Oh, interesting.
She rescued him because he almost fell jumping out of the... They had to make a jump last session from sort of a cliff face onto the Ranger's airlock.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And she jumped first. And then... Sorry, he jumped and was barely hanging on. Faye jumped over and then grabbed him and pulled him up. Kept him from falling to his death.
That's pretty nice.
That's why he's so willing to help her out. Because
Fair is fair.
the damage report is there's just a lot of there is structure damage to the underbelly of the ship, most likely because when you guys crash land, it tore off all
Yeah.
plating.
This would also be where I start getting what secondary systems are damaged. Kind of like a full damage report.
A lot-
Obviously the main stuff, but this is where I start getting the smaller stuff too.
Rest of it's just minor damage. Other than the cloaking device is pretty
Toast.
much toast at this point.
But yeah, this is where I get like the minor hull buckling, phaser arrays burnt out. Shield grid is non-functional in section 18, stuff like that.
Are you going through the translation of what you?
I would probably run the translation while I'm uploading the stuff and get I'm kind of like triple tasking here. I'm uploading that. I kind of just put my tricorder on here and told the computer upload it. I'm getting the damage report, and then while it's being uploaded, I tell the computer to translate it and ping anything important.
For the translation to momentum.
That's fine.
The translation indicates the writings talk about a great calamity that befell the Takan Empire. Though during that time, many of them began to worship a divine being called a star, and a chosen few were selected to serve her, and were bestowed a great power from several large crystals that they managed to collect. They call themselves the Guardians of a Star, in which they end up waging a holy war against their own people. The Guardians launched a devastating attack on their home worlds, or their home system, resulting their star to go nova. Given the advanced technology that the Decans had at the time, they pushed the nova back and were able to stabilize it while they attempted to replace it anew. Their ultimate plan failed as the star, as it ended up failing, and their star went supernova, ending the Decan Empire.
And I'm guessing this was a colony of sorts.
The thing marks that it is that was a temple of the Guardians of a Star.
It would have to be a different planet if the star went nova.
Right. No, as in their goddess is a star, is her name. But yeah, this temple was geared towards the guardians of her. It is later suggested in the text, though it's vague, that you get the gist of it, that it appears that some unknown powerful being imprisoned her and the star that was once the Decan star, which they now refer to as the Dark Star, along with 4 other they refer to as the primal beings.
Any location given with that star?
A
long shot, I know, but
location is not given.
Long shot in ancient text, I know, but
yeah, location wasn't given.
Yeah, I'll catalog the story, and as soon as we're back in contact range, since this was something Captain Thatton that I'd probably earmark for him, because I believe a Thatton was.
He was captain during.
No, I know. I think he was like an archaeologist, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't remember.
I don't remember either.
You did find during the first mission, I will clarify because it's been a long time. You found a world that was made of neutronium, essentially an artificial world.
Oh, that one.
The Decan Empire had built. And you were able to stabilize, essentially it was breaking. Well, the power source that sort of ran the planet was this destroying it, and essentially you fixed it, and while making Q very upset in the process. He didn't want you to succeed, if you remember correctly.
I remember that because we couldn't transport through it for
Yeah.
Kelbinite?
No, the
Dark Med
Neutronium.
or something along that?
No, the Neutronium.
Petroleum, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember doing something. I don't really remember Q, but that could bite us in
Well,
the ass
Q,
later.
yeah, Q
Oh, wait,
dealt
he
with
made the
that.
damn thing disappear. I wouldn't know that because I don't know who Q is. Or I suppose I would.
You would. Everyone's is formed by who Q is and what the Q continue is.
Well, I would imagine if he was on the planet, I would have met him technically.
He dealt with Thatton. I don't remember if he dealt with you and Sarissa at the time.
Yeah,
'Cause that
maybe
was
a little
before
meta.
I think that was before Garibaldi.
Yeah, probably a little meta.
It was in his
gaming,
logs though. Like that incident wasn't within his logs though, if I remember correctly.
Ship. Okay,
Yeah.
ship logs. Okay, I would probably know what the sound was. Like, oh, it disappeared. That's a little meta on my end.
You just heard a strange sound, you looked and investigated
Yep.
and it was gone. So
Yep.
that's what it is. Yeah, that's all with the text. And the sensor panel lights up.
I'll see what it says.
Multiple gravitational anomalies appearing in orbit.
Source.
They're appearing in orbit around the planet, gravitational anomalies.
Yeah, this would be a computer source of the gravitational anomalies.
Kulathian, I still struggle for like the proper explanation. Essentially, Kulathian FTL drives detected.
Vogel to Commander Reef.
Yep.
We got Kulathian company in orbit.
Isn't that interesting?
What happened to this cloaking device? It's broken.
Well, see what you can do about that, Doc.
I mean, I had a Romulan engineer, maybe.
Get
I'll
You're
see
the
what I can
closest
do.
thing.
Right?
Let's see what I can do. And I'll wave over the other Kulathian.
Sarah. Do we have shields?
I'll check the list of everything that's not broken.
You have shields.
We do.
This might be an idea, and I don't know if our shields would take it, but would that exploding volcano mask our presence?
I'll check to see if the volcano is masking my sensors.
You detected the signature, so no.
No, modern sensors should be able to peer through it without any trouble.
I don't suppose there's anywhere on this planet we can't easily scan.
I'd hate to say it, if we stay here and they decide to get a little trigger happy, we're sitting ducks.
Okay, then we'll see what we can do about prepping the ship for space and hopefully we'll be able to pop out in an area that they haven't covered yet.
Looks like they're hailing us. I would say they know we're here.
It's unfortunate. Pipe it down.
And I'll reroute it to engineering at the whatever station reset.
Uh, Actually, before accepting the hail, I'm gonna switch it to voice only, at least from my end.
Turn it on. Or open communications.
Yes, but I don't want
Right,
to say
voice only.
anything. Yes, but I also don't want to say anything. I just kind of want to turn it on. First.
They're transmitting both in or visual and audio. So
I'd be happy to receive their visual, but we're only transmitting audio.
sorry, I'm just moving things around. On the little panel, as you're sort of looking at your console. A little bruise button, or see kind of like some scarring. Ranger, Commander Reef, do you read us? Do you require assistance? Huh. This thing's working, isn't it? You can hear me, right?
Ambassador?
Ah, my friend. Huh. It's good to hear your voice. Are you all right?
I am, and I'm glad that you managed to bring reinforcements for us. Although I'll be honest with you, Ambassador, I'm sorry our mission was a failure. We were unable to get her out of that mess.
And all hope is lost. Do you require assistance? I'm terribly sorry to gotten you into this mess.
It's okay, Ambassador. If you don't mind, we're gonna limp back to our side. I think the best thing that you can do is listen. I don't know the outcome. We, as I said, I was only helping a personal request. There's a good chance that she has been taken captive. I think the best thing for you to do is try to get more info and, well, maybe we can try to help each other again.
Her body wasn't found in the temple.
From what I understand, there was a pretty substantial firefight.
Yeah, no, I was there. Oh, my whole body still hurts from when my cousin shot me.
Is it possible, Ambassador, that there may be no evidence
I barely got
left?
out of there alive. And the war rages, the civil war rages on. Look, I've asked
Sorry,
too much of you. Is the Admiral still alive?
Ambassador. I we were unable to get. I was unable to get anyone but my own crew.
And I waged this war alone.
Oh,
I can send help
Ambassador.
to you and get you out of this mess if you need, but
We'll
I've
be
asked
ready
too
to
much of
go.
you.
We'll be ready to go in a couple hours, and you are not alone, Ambassador. I am still your friend, and what we need to do is get more information so we can figure out the next step to ensure your safety.
My safety is irrelevant.
Not if your
I'm
people's safety
raging.
hinges on it.
I am all that is left of the House of Kulath. Good luck, Commander.
And to you, Ambassador, I'll go through my sensor logs with a fine-tooth comb, and I'll contact you the moment if I have anything that might help you.
I think this will be our last communication, Commander. We need to take this battle elsewhere.
Understood. Your building methods truly are beautiful.
That they are. Gives you a nod as kind of holds aside in. Godspeed, Commander. And closes the channel.
Admiral, I'm gonna say immediately turning to the side, I I noticed you stayed quite quiet throughout that exchange. It was certainly helpful with what I was trying to do, but what do you think of that?
It's possible. There are devices that help mitigate incoming fire. They easily could hide on a person. Though he would
And
have to have help on the inside.
and his sudden acquisition of a number of Kulathian ships?
Landar has been playing the long game. He has many friends within the military. To be honest, I also expected him of helping the Lathians a number of years ago escape the Empire.
I understand. I'll be honest, what I said to him, I think we need more information before we figure out what's next. And quite frankly, I think it's safer if both your and the Empress's whereabouts remain hidden.
Landar is a smart man, if that is truly him, which I suspect as much. He's a conniving individual. Usually doesn't go into a fight without a plan.
Well, then I say we should effect as much repair as we can while they decide whether or not they believe me. Um, and gonna tap my comm badge and say all hands, excluding Vogel. If you're able to walk, if you're able to move, then you're able to help repairs. It's all hands on deck.
You bold-faced lied to that guy pretty good, Arif. You do that often?
More than I'd like.
Indeed.
Vogel to a reef.
Go ahead.
Looks like the Kulathian vessel left orbit. I recommend that we get repairs done as quickly as possible and get the hell out of here.
Yep, you man the bridge and the sensors, and I've just ordered everyone else to do just that.
I like your force field idea, Reef. That should save us some time.
Here's hoping, Doc. I mean, see if you can, now that we might have that time, let's see if we can get it strong enough to handle, well, as much as we can throw at it. Something tells me we're not done with this yet.
Can only start from where you are.
In a refill nod and start getting to work.
I'm not going to make you guys do any tasks or anything like that, because obviously you can spend as much time as you want on it
Montage.
at this point. My question is, do you guys wish to all get together and talk about what you're planning to do
Oh
at
God,
this
yes.
point?
Yeah. We want to include as many, including the Kulathians, I guess.
Just the probably just the admiral, I would think.
Not even the Empress.
No.
Why is that?
The petty affairs of ship maintenance is beneath the Empress.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm not referring to ship maintenance. I'm referring to your guys' actions from after you're done with all of this.
How
With
to
the
get out
ship
of
missions and what you're doing.
how to get out of their space, that kind of stuff.
I'm giving you, so real quick, I'm giving you an option to either roleplay it or we can discuss this and it'll be in the end of the session.
Meet up.
Like, I'm giving you the option to roleplay it out in character, you know, what you guys wish to do.
The Reef is more than willing to call a meeting with the senior staff and the admiral.
Well, the first question the Gearboy would ask is, are we going to take... Actually, Gearboy's going to look and say, why isn't the princess here?
I felt it would be bad form, depending on how much we can and can't do for her to be in the room.
I mean, anything we say here, the Admiral's going to tell her anyway. I would if I were him.
Well, Admiral, then I'll make it your call. Should she be in the room? You know her better than us.
Her duty is to her people. She should be in the room if it's going to involve her and her future. Should not be the ones deciding it for her. I would also suggest that the captain should be here as well.
I concur.
Yeah. Why don't you go gather them?
Just nods and speed up plot. Yeah. They eventually arrive.
Oh, the way I see it, people, we've got some options here. Anyone got some ideas?
Well, the admiral said that he knew a place he wanted us to take her, right?
Yes, there is a safe harbor where there are Imperial loyalists to her are there. She would be safe there. But it is within Kulathian space. Given the fact that your cloak is inoperable, it would be hard to sneak in.
Where are we now?
Captain?
I'll answer that for a moment, though.
Sure.
Send it to Vogel.
Looks like we're at the very edge of Kulathian space.
How far away is the rendezvous? From here.
Is that last one where the rendezvous is, Prex?
That's your current sector location.
Well, we're not in any condition for a fight, Admiral. You've got a way to contact loyal forces.
I do, but none that would not raise attention to the others.
It looks like the rendezvous is 11 light years from here.
It's a long way to go in this space.
Yes, I'll be honest with you, Admiral. Empress. We might need to find other arrangements because, as has been said and as is obvious, we are in no condition to go traipsing around Kulathian space.
Can the cloaking device be repaired?
I haven't taken a look at, but I'll doesn't sound good.
It's
My
toast.
initial assessments of the cloaking device is it's totally fried.
Anybody have a replacement handy?
Oh yeah, I got one in my back pocket, Doc.
Yeah, I just thought you were glad to see me.
You could head to Zitheli's. It's just outside of Kulathian space, even though it is a world we use for dignitaries from outside the Empire. You could potentially go there. Their ship would not be in danger. The Admiral kind of looks at her. That would pose too grave a risk. For all we know, Poland could be monitoring that place. Then we must be careful.
Empress, with all due respect, it's quite often said that fools rush in. While a delay might temporarily harm your own cause, getting more information is not a bad thing. I would suggest you find a way to delay this meeting so you can. Perhaps there is a way.
It's not a meeting per se. It's the location of our battlements.
Well, I can guarantee you safety as long as this ship is safe. However, the moment we let you go, that guarantee ends. I would suggest that you stay with us for a little bit longer and we gather more information.
And we'll need a place to complete repairs. We can't go back to the Federation.
Not right away. If we want to keep helping you.
There is one thing I feel that we're not mentioning here. If we try to leave Kulathian space without our cloak, won't we trip the sensor grid?
Admiral, would you have some way of disabling any of those sensors when we go near them?
Unfortunately, not. Though I imagine the sensor grid might be if our brief conversation with Landar is to be true to a degree. I imagine he's making some chaos right now.
What are our odds of getting across those 11 light years undetected without the cloak?
Absolutely none. It's whether or not someone decides to take notice to mean that a full civil war is not on suit at this moment. I imagine.
What about the nebula?
We're you're too far from it. You're at a completely different location from where the nebula's at.
I thought we were on the Federation side near it.
How close is the border then, I guess?
You're there on the map.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the nebula was the peanut
Over here. I was thinking we might be in Frog Minor.
Yeah, no.
I mean, the Kulathian people can't have every square kilometer of their territories scanned. There's got to be routes in and out.
Is there a smaller nebula around that we could possibly hide in?
We might need a space dock for the kind of damage we're talking about to the hull.
I don't think we're gonna easily get that. I think we're gonna have to jury rig it.
Well, if we can get to their safe world, Admiral, I imagine you and your people be willing to give us the repairs we need.
For the safe rescue of the Empress, you have my word on that. She goes, I'll make sure it gets done. My brother took me by surprise. I don't plan to allow it to happen again. I just
Empress.
hope Saya's recordings got through of the incident.
Empress, that brings us to one more subject that I think is rather important, and this, well, quite frankly, hinges on whether or not you are able to retake the throne. Well, you see, the five of us who have come to your aid quite possibly have gotten into a little bit of trouble on our side because of it. If we were to come back with a peace treaty or a friendship alliance with the Kulathians, it would be quite the feather in our cap for us to avoid any sort of internal political hostilities.
Either that, or we're gonna need to ask for asylum.
And perhaps if that were if that were a potential possibility, or actually a promised possibility, perhaps, well, we might be able to find it in ourselves to help even more.
Perhaps even the good graces of Admiral Keller could help if we supplied them with this treaty or the rightful government of the Kulathians.
As she speaks up, um, I am unsure a peace treaty would be in the best interest, given the fact that I did sign and will uphold the non-aggression pact between the Kulathian Empire and the Federation, along with the Vorkala. However, I am willing to speak to whomever your superiors are, on your behalf, that I requested your aid and had to do so through scrupulous means in order to delegate a sensitive matter among my people.
With all due respect, I know bureaucracy, and that's not the salve I think that you think it is.
At least it's something.
I think we can get a little something more. Non-aggression treaty is great, but, well, quite frankly, as much as I hate to say it, I appear to have broken it. But an act of a friend is, well, something that is forgivable. Let's take the next step together, Empress.
I'm sorry, unfortunately, I would have to get the permission from the remaining senators who would still be left standing after all of this in order to ensure that, a peace treaty would be signed. I cannot guarantee that.
But you're willing to try.
I'm willing to discuss it, but in terms of getting you off the hook for these actions, I'm
I'll
willing
be
to
honest.
sign any documentation you need to state that I requested your aid.
I understand. I don't think that'll be necessary. After all, I was merely trying to use guilt as a leverage point because I think our two people can, uh, well, live together pretty amicably. And I think we're about to prove it as we, well, head to your safe house.
But regardless, we can get amnesty, right?
That I think I can grant that for you.
Everybody's gonna grins and looks at the reef. I ain't going to it. I ain't spending the rest of my life on a penal colony, reef. I owed you one. I didn't know you that big of one.
You just get a look back like, what? You think I'm going to jail?
Let's focus on the task at hand. How are you going to get to your safe haven if we can be easily detected? Is there some sort of escort or that you might have, or something that could shield us from their sensors?
Gotta be a way to alter our sensor profile so we look like a freighter or something. As long as they don't open a window and look.
I mean, if we could get a transponder signal, I guess that would be something. maybe something that their ping would consider Kulathian instead of our own.
Not a terrible idea, Doctor, if we can find an abandoned one, but
What about the one that crashed? The captain's old ship.
there
Never landed here. That's right. Never stayed.
Can't we just alter our own our own transponder and sensor profile?
I could give you the codes to modify the transponder to look like a Kulathian military vessel, but anyone who does a scan on the ship would otherwise not be fooled by it.
would it make more sense, Admiral, in your space to pose as a merchant or civilian ship, or are you predominantly military?
We have merchant ships, but they're run by the guilds. If you're wanting a guild transponder for a guild merchant ship, then you have to go through a guild, and that may be more problematic.
Military it shall be. Do you know enough of the patrol routes to allow us to inconspicuously cross the area?
Anyone who just reads the transponder would think it's another Kulathian military ship, like I said. But scanning the ship will then reveal that it's not. Our
Well, he's
sensors,
asking.
our sensors have the capability to pierce cloaking devices. I'm not even sure how you even got here with the cloak that you had.
We're pretty nimble.
So we just be nimble again. What we need is patrol routes so we can avoid standard patrol routes.
That may have changed with the new head of state. And it depends on who's loyal to him
The
and which
false
side.
head of state.
Like it or not, he is currently in command of the bulk of the forces. The whole point of this meeting was to get the other senators who control more of the reserve fleet on our side.
"11 light years, Sarah. How long is it going to take us to cross that distance? Maximum warp.
Wouldn't that be conspicuous though?
Beep boop beep boop.
Fly casual.
He's moving lazily to the left.
Yeah, I'll calculate time.
Sorry, I am bringing up the...
Handy dandy speed calculator.
Yes.
Take us about 40 hours to cross that distance.
Just under 2 days. That's not bad.
That's a long time to be burning hot, though.
That's half a sector.
And I don't think we should fly exactly in a straight line in case we are being pursued. Perhaps a zigzag pattern to kind of throw them off. maybe running at lower power levels. Try to give us a smaller signature.
Rigged for silent running, as it were.
Almost exactly, yes.
That's nice.
You know, we turn off all non-essential systems.
I would not recommend medbay to be powered down anytime soon.
I think midday is an essential system. I say we go for it. Get some star maps, get some scans, find the best route to get from here to there. We can do it.
A refill looked troubled, but objections, he'll say, looking around the room.
Either way, we have to try to get out of Kulathian space.
We're only a few light years now, but
I think we're talking about getting deeper into Kulathian space, though.
Yeah.
Where are we? I thought we were heading out. I thought the thing was out.
Okay, no, it's not. So, I'm gonna throw you back on the map. You are there. You can either go to there, which is a longer distance, but it's on. You'll skirt the edge of Kulathian space, and have relatively safety. The meeting spot is roughly in there. Actually, sorry, it would actually be that way, deeper into Kulathian space, because you technically we're traveling. I'll explain it after the game ends of what happened, but essentially, you were going that way, and some things happened, and it popped you there. But yeah, you could either go there, and they can attempt to make their way back into where they need to go. But yeah, you have to go back into Kulathian space.
Okay, so really it depends on, do we want to be actively involved and take them back, or do we want to just drop them here and kind of be like, the Civil War is on your own? I think it's how
Pretty
it's
much,
being
that's
set
the
up.
choice.
Well, out of character, I'd say we have two very good reasons to get into Kulathian space. One would be your sister, and the second would be we need leverage to not get in trouble.
Pretty much.
I'd say at this point we're kind of involved anyways.
In for a penny, in for a pound. We can't have any benefit by the Empress failing.
I'd like to limit it to in for a penny, in for a nickel, but we'll see how much we have to spend.
I mean, at this point, we either push forward with the mission to help the princess, or we go find jobs as mercenaries.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to push forward until we're forced to make too harsh of a choice, and then figure out what we can do with the Divine class starship.
I believe I said mercenary.
Let's try to do something nicer than that.
We could sell it to the Romulans.
We could help with refugees from the Civil War.
We can do both.
I mean, I think the moment, and you know, if we were in character, Garibaldi would apologize and say, and note that the moment he opened fire down in that temple, he kind of committed us.
Honestly, I think the moment we start. I'd say the moment we plan
Him
to
and each
get
way.
the cloak.
Oh, we stole the ranger. Yeah, that too.
We're already in it, so let's be in it to win it. Vogel, what do you think?
I'm just trying to figure out what happened to my sister, and
But if we leave, then we'll never find out. Is my guess.
judging on the events of the last few days and some things I've been learning, she may be lost totally at this point.
But when I saw down that temple, Sarah, sorry, but I don't think she's on the side of the angels.
Well, to be fair, doesn't the crystal affect mentally and cause Captain, like you said, somebody to they went mad in some way? Perhaps that's what's controlling your sister and those following him.
Let's just say my sister and I have always had a complicated history. But if what I'm translating from the surface is what happened to her,
Well, be that as it may, if I'm getting my facts straight, it seems like she's certainly in league with our newly crowned emperor.
Well, she was standing next to him in the temple.
the question is if it's by choice or not.
But nobody holding the pager to her head.
At least none we could see.
Question is, with all of her spooky powers, can she be kept in a can she be kept in a security cell until we can figure out the difference?
That's the one thing I worry about. She is kind of the wild card here. And I just don't know the extent of her abilities. I fear that you only saw a fraction of what she could actually do.
That's not a reassuring thought, Sarah, from what I saw.
Do you think you could reason with her at all to make her change sides, perhaps, even with any luck?
I'd have to get close to her to even have a shot at it. And there's no guarantee.
If anyone could do it, it would be you.
Well, let's cross the bridge when we get to it. We got to get the princess here to safe haven.
Why don't we call her by, isn't she the Empress as appointed? Should at least give her the dignity of her title.
I know, your worshipfulness. What do you consider your proper title to be?
History, they remember me as the first empress of the Kulathian Empire, or as a foolish
First
woman
empress?
who attempted to take a throne.
Well, let's stick with First Empress then.
Well, if we take anything from human history, history tends to be written by the victors.
Well, let's hope we're on the right side of history.
Your orders, Arif.
Well, let's get this ship spaceworthy and then let's do what we can to switch our transponder and let's all hope for the best and let's head in once more into Kulathian space.
All right. Prepare the med bay and check on the patients.
If you'll excuse me, there's 2 Kulathians that I need to speak to on this ship, and neither of them on the bridge. And Arif's gonna stand up and head out.
Which ones?
The 2 that were in engineering when me and Vogel force fielded ourselves.
Empress, do you want to check on your friend?
Yes.
Oh, a reef. I want my tricorder back.
Oh, good call. And I'm gonna toss her tricorder on the way out.
I need my modifications back.
I thought it worked pretty better than expected. Do me a favor. Copy the template down in a spare tricorder from you, will you? Wonderful work.
Sure, I could find one lying around for you.
Lifesaver. No rush.
As everyone makes their exit, and with Garibaldi, Vogel, and Faye still in the room, Faye kind of states, "Too bad we can't call for help." My chest still hurts a little bit. If you don't mind, I'm gonna try and get some sleep in.
Good idea. Well, Sarah, I'm going to head down to the armory.
Call for help? From whom?
Who we call?
Clarify, she said, "Too bad we can't call for help."
Yeah.
No, I know.
So I'm going to head down to the armory. No offense, Sarah, but you deserve a chance to try to talk your sister out of whatever she's doing. I'm going to go replicate a sniper rifle.
If that becomes necessary, let me do it.
That'd be kind of tough to hit her with a sniper rifle if you're standing next to her. I'll let
I
you
didn't
make.
want to involve anybody else in this rescue attempt for her anyway.
I'm late for that.
Don't you think I don't know that? This has
But you
already
got-
become way more complicated than it needs to be.
I'll help you however I can, Sarah, but you got to accept the possibility that your sister can't be rescued. Unless
That's
there's
why I said, if she needs to be killed, let me do it. I'm the one, after all, that gave her this form. If there's anyone to blame for what she's become, it's me.
do what you got to do. Just in case, I'm gonna go make me a sniper rifle. You got any files on where she got her powers and whatnot? Any idea how we might dampen them? It's if we can dampen or temporarily disable her mental powers, that'd make extreme measures unnecessary.
She's always had these powers. It's just I feel like somebody experimented it or amplified them.
They got to be seated in her biology somehow, right?
I know I could look into some old files, some old scans, see if there's anything we can use biologically, but I think in order to take care of this is more or less has to be fought in the non-scientific sense.
Maybe you're right, but need to explore the possibility. Maybe give whatever files you have to Dr. Mountain.
But she can be killed like anything else.
What?
The last captain got scared of the abilities and tried to blow up the ship around us. Almost succeeded.
You know, the silver lining is we did find her.
Yeah, at least I know she's alive. Doing good for the universe, on the other hand.
I get it. Well, think on it, Sarah. I said I'm gonna go down to the armory. Either way, I'm feeling we're gonna need to be ready for a fight. And that armor those guys are wearing, that hurts when you hit it with a bare fist.
Should maybe not punch armor with your fist.
It's what I had. I can use my phaser to power the surgery table. Curable is going to exit stage left and head to the Ranger's armory. Are you happy now what you've been called? Good.
Computer, transfer all data on Annika to my quarters. Then, yeah, Vogel will just type away at the console.
Should let them die to their scrupulous civil war. Should change that demon's mind.
Have we met before?
No. No, you were on that scrupulous planet some years ago. Should have let that thing explode as well. Troublesome. Those Takan. The Kulathian will face the same fate as their Takans. Should let them to their own device. Sorry, devices.
So what, you're just saying we should leave them to become extinct?
They're playing with fire, and fire will certainly burn them.
And what fire is that?
You have all the information you need. Should have rounded up those cursed things long ago.
Talking about those crystals.
Troublesome indeed. Should expel them from the galaxy.
I'm going to assume you're the one who locked up their goddess.
Eons ago. Sarah, eons ago. And she shall remain locked up with some foolhardy commander would do things otherwise.
You'd have to excuse me, I don't follow. Some commander would do otherwise?
You and that demon. Wretched species.
My sister?
Oh, the one you take orders from.
Commander Arif. How does he play into all this?
That foolish mind of his will bring around doom and gloom to the galaxy. Pacifism. Ugh. If he truly was a pacifist, he would not be involved in all this mumbo jumbo. If you so wish it, I could have them off your ship in an instant. And you all nestled in nice and cozy back on Deep Space 17, that loaded hulk of a station, you call it.
It is rather old. I do have to ask, however, what's your interest in all of this?
This is the only offer I will ever give you. Make the choice. Or suffer your consequence. Sorry, suffer the consequences. Commander Vogel.
It's a tempting offer. But I am here for one reason only. What do you know about what they did to my sister? Does it have anything
It's
to do
not
with
what they did to her, it's by whom. She is lost. You should mend your broken heart and forget about her. Your friend told you to do otherwise. Do the same thing. And well, for one who's even corrupted by the same thing, I agree with her.
So you don't agree that she needs to be stopped?
She will perish along with the rest of the Kulathians, just like the Dakan.
What happens to the Kulathians?
Their empire will cease to exist, and the world and the universe will be, well, this little corner of the galaxy be a little bit more peaceful. That I forget. You Federation types like to interfere even though your prime directive says otherwise. Should have known better to come to you with an offer.
What is your interest in this? surely you don't care about the destruction of an entire race, an entire species. So why even make the offer at all? If it's so dead set that it's going to lead to their destruction, why interfere?
Maybe I'm filled with compassion to see such brave stewards of the Federation fall victim to their ignorance.
There's one thing I cannot stand. It's being ignorant of something. If there's information you have, something we're not aware of, tell us.
He stands up from like sort of lounging in the chair, walks over to you, and bends over like he was about to whisper something in his ear into your ear, and then walks away. C'est la vie.
Just kind of live out a deep breath. Fogo to a reef.
Go ahead.
It appears in addition to all of our other problems, it would appear we also have a Q problem.
Oh, we were having such a good day so far.
And with that, we'll end the session.